Hello, 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 hello. My microphone is working. Okay, everybody, welcome to the afternoon series of the Innovation Stage. My name is Joe Haslam, and I'm a professor in our university, and it's absolutely fabulous to see so many people here. Javier, who I'll introduce in a second, just said to me, "Are all these people here to see me?" And I said, "Yes, they are. They are all here to see you." So my job really is just to start on time, finish on time, and check everyone's microphone is working, and nothing else. So let's kind of go with all of those things. So can we get Javier's presentation on this screen, please? And does this look familiar? Okay, now do your clicker and check, see, does it move forward?
It is.
And it does.
Forward.
Okay, now speak into your microphone.
Hi, good
Hello.
afternoon.
Hello, hello, hello. Okay,
Hi.
so you have your clicker, you have your microphone, you have your presentation. There's nothing more I can do for you.
Okay,
Are
that's
you
fine.
ready to go?
Yeah, ready.
Okay, good luck. Okay,
Thank you.
big round of applause, please, for Javier. Yay!
Cool, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your time. The idea is to have a very brief overview on what we do at Google and how we can help you with machine learning. And I was joking with Joe. He was saying, yeah, you should be a very smart guy because you are doing machine learning at Google. And I'm afraid it's not the case, right? I'm at Google Cloud. We are selling technology. But the beauty of the technology nowadays is that you don't need to be really a master, a guru, in this case in machine learning, to actually leverage this technology. Because we are putting this technology into the market for you, and it's very easy to use nowadays. And this is what will be my pitch. I'm going to try to show you how easy it is to use the technology and how to leverage machine learning, right? You have my Twitter account there. I don't know why the presentation is not on the other screen. I just tweet about this thing. For me, this is the evolution in the last 20 years of the technology, computer science technology. And you can see, probably you know the image on the top. IBM, Deep Blue defeated the world champion in chess. That was 1996. The problem they were trying to solve playing chess was easy to solve with brute force. So you had a computer doing many calculations, the different possibilities, the different moves for a particular game till the end of the game, and it was taking a decision based on the brute force. A couple of years ago, a research department at Google, DeepMind, they started to do something similar with a Chinese or Asian game called Go, which I don't know, to be honest. But it seems that they have so many possibilities, so many possible movements, that it's impossible to do brute force with this game. So they say, OK, let's try to do machine learning, to apply machine learning to solve this problem, right? And they started to do research and to train a machine to do machine learning to actually won against humans, right? What they did is they started with the first machine there. That's public information from the Wikipedia. They started with the first machine. It took them like a month to train the machine. And you can see that there was some hardware involved in these trainings, a lot of machines, computers doing the calculations. And they won against the European champion. They improved the algorithm a little bit, and they won against the world champion. From that point on, the next figures on the table, they changed completely the approach. Because instead of having data scientists, very smart people training the machine, they were having another machine training the machine. That's the leading edge of machine learning. We are now, for certain areas, we are having machines that are able to train themselves. And the first one took a month to get trained. The last one took a week. So machines are faster than humans for some things, including machine learning. So that's the leading edge. There is a very nice film on Netflix. I just tweet about it. You can, I mean, it's an hour of a film, so it's not that long. And you can see the story around what they did and the difficulties they face. I think it's really nice. OK, that's the leading edge. That's not for everyone, right? It's very difficult. Our mission at Google is to make it easier for you. The idea is to democratize machine learning and make it accessible to all the companies out there. Because we have a lot of people doing the research and then coming with products that you are able to leverage in your businesses. That's the idea. why cloud makes a lot of sense for machine learning. Machine learning is about two things. It's about doing trainings. You have to define a model, identify your inputs, your data, and then do trainings. With these trainings, you come with a model. The model is something that you leverage to make predictions. So you have two things, training and predictions. Predictions, they have to be made where your problem is, close to your business. If we are talking about identifying images at the end of a product line, you have to have a camera, and you have to make the predictions, if possible, in the camera. But for the training, you don't need to be right there. The training, most of the cases, when we talk to companies, most of the cases they are doing training once a month, every other month, once a week, maybe. It depends on the business case, right? But why hell are you going to buy 1,000 computers to do the training, which is quite compute intensive, to do something just once a month? It doesn't make sense. So that's where the cloud business model comes into play. You just rent computers, right? And we can rent computers for you, and you run them, and we charge you by minute. And you will have probably more computers that you could afford if you have to buy them on-prem on your facilities, because you have a budget, and probably you will buy like 100 computers, and you have to spread the load among 24 hours during the 30 days of your month, right? The idea here is that you can rent those computers. Probably it will be much cheaper, but instead of 100, probably you could afford 1,000. So your training will be much faster. That's the idea. The other thing is that at Google Cloud, we have a lot of data capability. We are a big data company, and we have a lot of big data products out there that are able to ease your big data projects. And this data is the input for machine learning. So you will need to have a big data project before going to do machine learning. That's another key thing. This is one of the coolest stuff that we are building from the hardware perspective. This is a machine which is doing 11.5 petaflops, which I don't know what the hell it means. But if you come to the top 500 supercomputer list, I think nowadays it's like the 20th. It was the 5th a year ago, or a year and a few months ago. Now it's the 20th, because technology is evolving quite fast. We are coming with a new version, which is much faster, too. The thing is that you don't need to buy a supercomputer. You can just rent it. That's the beauty of the cloud, right? These computers are there, and we have a number of them, not only one, for our machine learning customers and for our own projects. So that's the idea. You will have the most powerful computers for machine learning just a click away. This is some of the data things that we can do for you. We can do data warehouses. You can do streaming analytics. We can do mission-critical databases, a number of services. But the key here is that you can consume them in a pay-per-use model. Is that myself? In a pay-per-use model, where you just click, deploy, and start paying just by the usage. You don't need to architect, design, and build a solution using VMs, using infrastructure as a service, and spend weeks designing what you are going to build. You just consume it. That's another beauty of the cloud. What is the portfolio that we have around machine learning? This is the portfolio slide. We have two sides in the portfolio. On your right, you have things that are already built, and you just can go and consume. We call them APIs, and the idea is that you don't need a data scientist. You don't need to know anything around machine learning. You just need your developers. Your developers will get a set of libraries, and they will be able to do machine learning things. Most of them are tied to user interfaces. For example, we can do Vision API, which is about taking a picture and identifying objects in the pictures, places in the pictures, if there is people, the emotions on these people, etc. So you can embed into your applications the capability to see, to actually recognize images and do things with these images, with the contents of these images. The same thing for a speech API is to get voice and translate it to text. We have natural language, which will recognize what I'm saying, or what anyone is saying, and so on, right? Videos and translation and so on. Those models are there, are owned by Google. You don't need, by the way, to have the application in the cloud. The application could be anywhere, and you just need a cloud connection. The data is not stored in the cloud. You just send a picture, for example. It gets analyzed, and you get a response. That's it. If you have a more complex problem and you need to do something custom to your business, then you need to come to the left. On the left, there are things that allow you to do your own models, and then there are different levels. The easiest one is AutoML. AutoML is taking the technology that we saw before in AlphaGo, the idea of having machines training themselves. It's coming as a product, and nowadays it's doing vision recognition, translation, and natural language. Let's say that you have a natural language recognition problem, and you are in the, I don't know, travel industry. There might be some vocabulary, some expressions that are specific to the travel industry, right? You can train your own model, which is able to recognize your vertical. That's the idea. And we can do the same for vision, for example. If you are in the need to recognize patterns, for example, we have customers doing design patterns for clothes. You can identify if this shirt is coming from a particular vendor, is in the 2017 catalog, right? Then if we move to the top, the idea there is to do raw machine learning. With raw machine learning, the thing is that you will need your data scientists. And for them, we've come with a framework, which nowadays it's an open source technology. It's a community out there running the project. And it's called TensorFlow. TensorFlow is the faster growing framework to do machine learning because it eases the adoption of machine learning. You don't need to have that much programming skills to do machine learning. You still need to do the machine learning itself, the data scientists, the maths around that, but we take care of, the framework is taking care of the underlying complexities. The beauty of TensorFlow is that it disassociates the training and the predictions. So you can do the training whenever it makes sense for you. Might be the cloud, might be your own computer, might be your laptop. And then you come with a model. The model is a binary file that you can just deploy wherever you are going to make the prediction. Might be a phone, might be a camera, or might be a laptop computer, or the web server where your application is running. So you can disassociate both tasks and move them to whenever it makes sense. The last one is Dialogflow. Dialogflow, it's an engine to do chatbots. It's doing the natural language recognition and so on to enable your business to, build a chatbot in like 2 days. You don't need to spend days and months of trainings and recognizing phrases because it's coming with the natural language processing that we already have at Google. So this machine learning power is already embedded. Couple of examples. That's the Vision API. It's trying to identify an object there. And the output is just a set of labels and the probability for those labels, right? So in this case, it's identifying that that's a dog, right? And even identifying the type of dog. That's the type of things that you can do with the Vision API. If you come to it's not the link here, but if you search Google Cloud Vision API in any browser, it will come to the main page, and you can just test the API yourself, uploading a picture and just taking a look to the outputs. It's very, very, very easy. Next one, it's Dialogflow. Dialogflow is that engine. The idea with Dialogflow is that we have the conversation engine. That's a software as a service solution. So it's running on the cloud. You are just defining your model there, training your chatbot, defining the user path in the conversation. And then this is going to be a link with the fulfillment. This is going to be linked with your backend, with your existing business. Let's say that you are doing travel industry, you are doing a flight reservation engine. You want to have a chatbot to talk to it and have a flight reservation. In the end, you already have the flight reservations, right? But this might be running on-prem on your facilities. We can link them together. So we have on one side, we have the chatbot itself. It's built on the cloud. But then it will be linked to anything that you already have running on your business. The other end of the slide is the front end. And the nice thing about Dialogflow is that it enables a lot of different inputs, front ends, for this dialogue. You can have a call center integration, for example. You can have Google Assistant on your phone or on Android Auto on your car. You can have Alexa. You can have Twitter. You can have Facebook Messenger. There are like 20-something integrations. So you build the chatbot once, and then you have a number of integrations that you have to just go and enable. That's one of the powers of this thing. And I think with that, I'm more or less done. Again, my Twitter account there. And we don't have time for questions right now, but I can be around for a few minutes if you feel like. And thank you very much.
So I'm going to take that. Thank you very much, Javier. So that was machine learning and Google. We're just going to get the next. Miguel, if you could come along. We just need to reset the clock, first of all. And then we need to get his presentation. And this is the famous clicker. It's idiot-proof,
Yes,
you know.
back. Okay.
Don't press the red button. If you press the red button, nothing explodes. Okay, don't worry about that. So you need to hold this. And you need to, need to wait until we have your presentation. And then, there you're gonna go. Now speak into your microphone.
Раз, два, три, четыре.
Is it working?
Good day.
That means like testing,
Now.
testing, 1, 2 in Russian.
One, two, раз.
Okay, brilliant.
Hello, dear
And
friends.
then we have your presentation. So just test your clicker.
Yes. Oh, okay.
Okay,
Test.
clicker. Okay, brilliant.
Everything good.
Okay, everybody, next 20 minutes you're going to hear something that I would suspect hardly anyone in the audience knows anything about. So in that sense, it's a really good opportunity to learn about what's happening in the Russian ecosystem. So a big round of applause for Mikhail, who's come all the way from Moscow. Mikhail, take it away.
Yeah.
Big round of applause. Come on, welcome.
Thank you very
Spanish
much.
welcome for people.
Good
please.
day, everybody. I'm very glad to be here. I am from Moscow, and one big part of my life I worked in government Russian. I was a Minister of Public Administration of Moscow region. Do you know what is Moscow? It's the capital of Russia. It's the biggest region in Russia. It's 15 million people live in this area. And next big part of my life, I was a general director of one of big company in Russia. I'm responsible for development of startups. And first deal in blockchain technology in Russia, it's made our team. Forbes magazine wrote about it. You can read. But now I have just 15 minutes to tell you about the changes that have been going through for thousands of the years. And now we are at the crossroad of our development. It's very important for our startups, for our investment politics. And I would like to refresh in our memory how, yes? Oh, yeah, okay. I would like to refresh in our memory how 20th century was reinvented. Do you remember? Nearly 10 years, this slide, nearly 10 years, all 20th century was invented. Assembly line, diodes, stainless steel, Einstein, Brother Wright built his airplane, everything, just 10 years. It's not very big time. And it's changed everything today, because scientists are saying that in nearest 10 years, we reinvent the 21st century. Nearest 10 years, we reinvent everything. And everybody who was born 60, 70, 80 like me will feel you like your grandparents who live with us, but they can't even understand all the opportunities of our IT world. And do anybody have a child? Do you have a child? Yes? Just for people. My daughter, 5 years old, she is easily goes to the internet, and she easily go to YouTube and watching your favorite cartoons. And her grandmother can't understand how she does it. It's a dramatic gap between generations, yes? Dramatic gap. And it's changed everything. When our grandparents connect together, this connection was face-to-face, hand-to-hand. But now people connection between internet. And it's new experience for our world and for our society and new risks. It's changed everything, how they understand what is the good and bad, and how they understand what do they think about his way in real life. What my way, what quality of my way. Let's watch a small video about technological trends. Could you please? Yes. Scenarist and yes. How do you feel about video? One hand, everything is possible, yes? Positive, positive, positive video. But on the other hand, you make you feel alarmed, nervous maybe. And if you look at the sci-fi films that have been produced in the last 30, 40 years by the world film industry, you will find that almost all this film about scary future, all this film, in which people are fighting with machine. The most important questions, what's the difference between machines and man? What machines can do and what man can do? Do you have any crucial difference, or maybe machines replace a man? I want to show you one interesting question. It's a question for everybody. You are for the computer or the computer is for you? Do you have smartphones? Yes. And every morning, what are you doing when you wake up? You are going to your smartphone, yes? And it's maybe you are for your smartphone, but not your smartphone for you, yes? And this discussion is very important because can a computer replace a man? If yes, when we are going to another question, who is a man? Let's watch the video, Jack Ma. Do you know who is Jack Ma? It's one of the richest men in the world, and he surely understands what is the startups and what risks are connected with them, yes? Okay, let's watch. No, video.
So we people have to learn
Louder, please.
how we can survive in the artificial intelligence period. By the way, why human being can win machines? Machines, they might be stronger than human being. They might be smarter than human being. They might be run faster than human being. But they can never be as wise as human beings. Because human being, we have belief. We have a religion. We have a heart, which machine does not have. So, if you want to be ready for future, please do not follow yesterday's way of learning and teaching. Do not try to memory things hard and more, because computer can remember things hard and more than you. Do not try to calculate faster, because computer can calculate much faster than you do. So try to be creative. Try to be innovative. Try to be constructive. These are the things. Everything you learn, you think about, is this thing can make me more creative? If this thing can make me more innovative? If this thing can make me more constructive? Let's do it. And also, I think when other people worry, opportunity comes. Make them worry. You should know nobody will and nobody can stop this technology revolution.
It's very interesting speech in one of the university. Jack Ma talking about why the man will always win the computers. And he said about soul, heart, belief, innovative, creation. And what these words mean for us today. Soul, what does it mean? Belief, what does it mean for everybody? When we speak about startups and investment strategies, we must analyze not only traditional risks. It's question not just startups questions. It's even philosophical and religion discussion. The main difference between a man and machine is that a man has heart, soul, belief. We must analyze not only traditional risk. And I want to share with you one interesting practice. There are three categories of words we use for communication. The first category, it's simple words, simple function words. Bring, do, give. Everybody understand each other as well in this level. Yes? Bring something for me. I understand what does it mean. And I think the robots in this field replace us very well. The second category, world of system words, system professional words. It's what like system, quality, process, effectiveness. And in this level, we understand each other as well, because we create standards, international standards for understanding, like ISO 9000 and professional standards. And all people in the world can understand what does it mean, system. Do you know what does it mean, system? International word, system. You can read this standard. But we have a third category of words. It's very difficult for us to understand these words. Respect, kindness, responsibility, freedom, happiness, dignity, belief, soul, spirit, man, woman. These words make us happy or unhappy, meaningful or meaningless. Functions do, give, system, it's very simple. But happy, be full, life, when your life will happy and full, it's very important. But these words, we can't understand what does it mean. Jack Ma talked about these words. I want to give you one practice. Everybody have nearly 20, 30, maybe 40 words, the third category, which you use every day. And we maybe really don't understand what does it mean. Try verbalize this meaning in the, of these words into the verb. Try verbalize. What does it mean? Happiness for me is to do this and not to do that. love for me is to do this and not to do that. Try to write in your paper, maybe evening, maybe morning, 20, maybe 30 words. And if you write this paper, you can compare understanding this words with your neighbors. And you will see how you different understand together. It's bad news. The level where our society may be more stronger than computer, we don't understand anything. But the good news, if we will do it very often, we will find something who connected us. And it's practice very important for our period, for our crossroads of our development, because if you use this practice, you can manage risk of your startups. You can analyze new risks that have never been thought of before. That's all what I want to tell you. I think it may be useful for you. If you need this presentation or maybe this speech, you can download it from my website. And thank you very much for your attention.
Last 5-7 minutes for Q&A.
No more idea. Okay. See. Okay, just 1 second while we just get some furniture issues. As you know, the slowest thing in the world is moving furniture because everyone disagrees as to whether it's this way, or that way. So we have to bring in all the furniture. One other announcement to make is that there's actually a queue of a lot of people who want to come in. So if anyone wants to leave, there's actually lots of people waiting to come in. So just to let you know, if you want to be here, that's great. But if you're having thoughts about leaving, don't worry about leaving because there's loads of people who want to enter. Okay. So how are we doing now? Right, we don't need this. And let's check. So we have chair, we have sofa. Okay, we need to move this a bit. Straighten this up. Arr. Okay, camera más. ¿Está bien? Perfecto, okay. Now, I need to move this as well. And move this more. Okay, so let's see how we are with our speakers. How are we doing? Are we ready to go? Okay. So come out here. Andres, let's go. So this is Andres, our moderator. If you could sit there. And if everyone else could come. Come on, Jorge, Juan Miguel, Juan Carlos, Fernando. If you could sit down, please. Okay. So take a seat anywhere where you like. That's good. And the couch, and you get that one. And you're last, so you get the one that's farthest away. Okay, very good. So we just have to, there's no presentation, so we just got to check the microphones. So let's start. Andres, can you just speak into your microphone?
Yes. you hear me?
Is it work? No?
No.
Keep talking till it works.
Hello, hello. Yes.
Yes, is it working?
Yes, I think so.
Great, okay. Juan Miguel, speak at your microphone.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes, no, yes.
Keep going.
Yeah, everything is okay.
No, nothing.
No.
Keep going.
How is everything there?
Yeah, there you go. Now,
Hi, how are you?
still nothing.
Hola, sí.
Not getting it.
Yes, yes.
Yes, here we go. And finally, you're getting no microphone because you came late. So anyway, the rest of us are all fine. Okay.
Are we missing maybe
The clicker.
Slide
Who,
switcher?
who has slides?
Yeah, we have slides.
You have slides?
Yeah, they all four. Yeah.
You brought
Yeah,
slides?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh my God, you can't believe people bring slides. The year is 2018. PowerPoint, okay. Okay. This is when you bring corporates. They always
Okay,
bring
it's
slides. You can't, you tell them, please don't bring slides. Nobody wants to see slides. You know, slides are when I can't come to the meeting, here's my slides. Anyway, we're going to have slides. So,
Is it the presentation in? I don't think
I
so.
have no idea. It's going to be like, here come the slides.
Okay, la
On
presentación.
slides. It's going to be a big logo, Indesa or something like.
That
or
should be enough.
Carto.
Okay.
Okay. Anyway, let's wait for the slides. So we could
Okay.
be talking now, but no. Here we go. The excellent referential experience. Okay, perfect. So you all have slides, yeah?
Yeah, actually, I guess.
Brilliant.
some
We
slides.
Okay.
asked that to
We
bring
some
slides.
videos
Yeah.
Slide and videos.
And videos.
Okay.
No, we're
Because
fine.
all the videos always work, always, every time. You know, and it doesn't lose continuity or anything like that. Anyway, okay. So this is going to be fun. So we're going to have PowerPoint and videos that don't work and loads of pausing and no continuity. And anyway, if this was live TV, I don't know, my producer would be very angry with me. Anyway, enough from me. So who's going first? Okay. Anyway, I'm sure Andres hates me for saying all this, but anyway, this is. You see, this is all a key to show you the tense interactions between startups and corporates. There's people like me from the startup world that hate slides and suits and all of that. And there's people like Andres that says, you know, in order for the lights to go on and the stuff to work, the only thing you have to have is slides and order and all of that. Anyway, we're going to learn about the rest in the next half an hour. Okay, enough from me. Big round of applause for the panel on corporate innovation. Yay!
Well, hello to everybody. Thank you very much for coming and for your interest on this panel and on this topic. I am Andrés Manchón. I'm head of business development and transformation of Endesa's supply branch. Okay, that's Endesa Energía, and responsible for the innovation activity within Endesa. I would like to focus on on a couple of messages. Endesa really believes in a innovation model as a business driver, okay, as a tool that enhances business, okay, and as a key lever to drive value to customers. No, there is no other purpose of Endesa with innovation, okay? And the examples we are going to show in this panel, I really think that really are aligned with this principle, okay? As you will see. We really believe as well in an open innovation model, okay? That is a very open way to innovate, in which we talk to universities, to technological research centers, to providers, to customers, to employees, and of course, we talk to startups, okay? And that's the reason we are here, okay? So with this innovation model, we really believe in the collaboration between the big companies like us and startups, okay? And I would like to give and to show you really 4 actual examples of this collaboration, and who better than themselves to speak about these projects, about these initiatives. And so here with us, we've brought 4 different startups, 3 coming from Spain, another one coming from Germany. Every one of them is going to speak about their experience with Endesa, okay? We will start with Acclamio, okay? And Jorge Carabias, which is the VP of Sales, Spain, Portugal, and Latin America of this startup. So it's not a very local startup, as you see, it's a very international one. Okay, it was founded in 2011, okay, and they've been working with Endesa since 2017, since last year, okay. They are really experts and they have a really nice solution in the so-called referral marketing, okay. And they have a solution as a service, and we've launched with their help a very successful get member program, which is called Ilumina un amigo. In English it would say like enlighten a friend, and it has become a really relevant sales channel, okay? So he will speak to you and explain their experience with us. Please, Jorge, go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. How can you hear me? Nick? Good? No?
No? The
Okay,
micro?
thank you. Perfect. Much better now? Okay,
Not-
cool. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, I don't know if you heard about Acclamio. Acclamio, as Andres mentioned, is a German company that was founded in 2011. And basically, the whole idea is about using the referral as a service to bring new sales in the big corporation companies. So most of the companies, what they do have is a lot of customers, but what they don't have sometimes is a reward program for the customers that they're already customer of the big companies. And what we do basically is help the big companies to implement referral marketing as a solution to their existing customers. Basically, I'm just gonna finish about Acclamio. Acclamio, right now, we have presence in Spain, in Portugal, in Italy, in the UK, and now we're opening offices as well as in the US, Poland, and other markets. And getting back about the experience working with Endesa, what can I say? It's been very, very good. Very good for several reasons. Actually, in Spain, Endesa was the first, I would say, big company who decided to work in a solution like referral to be as a channel acquisition, sell channel acquisition for their business. So we started working with them back in 2017, April more or less. And our experience right now is that we are a solid relationship. Actually, we are working with them as well as in Italy with NLX. And what we bring to Endesa is a very simple thing, sales. We bring contracts. How we do that? Via referral. How works referral? Referral works is using the existing clients that are happy with Endesa, that are happy with Endesa services, and they are very good recommending Endesa services. And what we get from that, we reward those customers with money. No with promotions, no with Endesa money, no with vouchers. We pay money to the customers that Endesa bring new potential customers. That's the way we work. Actually, right now, if you check in Endesa, there is a campaign right now from October 1st to October 15th that, you know, if you bring someone to do a new contract with Endesa, you will get 40 euros in your banking account. Very simple. And actually, the experience and the results in terms of performance is being very good. I'm just giving you some of the performance that we can get with the big corporations. Basically, you know, it's been like very successful in terms of performance and percentage. This is an idea about what is Acclamio in terms of big numbers, how much money we produce globally, how much money we, you know, what's our ranking. And this is basically our major reference in Spain and in other markets. Getting back to Endesa, and I'm gonna finish this, it's amazing. And we actually working right now to increase the relationship, to do referral, but not online. Omni-channel means like you go via offline, and you train the telesales guys when people calls to Endesa contact center. In the future, they can make referrals by telephone. So that's the challenge that we got right now with Endesa, and I don't know, I think it's fine in terms of timing.
Yes, thank you very much, Jorge. It's a thrilling experience how to learn that your own customers may become your best sales force. So it's and they really enhance that power underlying your customer base. Thank you, Jorge.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, the second startup I would like you to introduce is InDigital. Okay, we have here with us Juan Carlos de la Vela, which is the CIO and co-founder of this startup. This is a Spanish startup founded in 2013, and they've been collaborating with Endesa since 2017 as well. Okay, they are experts, and they have a very nice solution in the world of digital push notifications, either in app or a web platform, with a very enriched, segmented, and interactive communications to customers, pursuing a much better customer acquisition quality and rates and success rates, and best-in-class customer experience. Juan Carlos, please, go ahead.
Thank you. Let me start saying thank you to Endesa to have the opportunity to be here. The problem that we are solving is how to communicate with the customer in new channels, new digital channels, that imagine the number of emails that you have every day in your inbox, more than 500, and we identify new channels to communicate, and we provide a platform to Endesa in order to communicate with the customers. Let me start with a video that you will see the solution.
Hola, mi nombre es Juan Carlos de la Vela, soy el director general de Digital. Somos una empresa internacional con sede en España, Portugal y Latinoamérica, varios países. Tenemos varios clientes internacionales y hoy vamos a presentaros el caso de uso de Endesa y cómo hemos ido instalando el servicio Web Push para comunicar de forma segmentada e inteligente a los usuarios que visitan su página web.
Hola, mi nombre es Lidia Molina y trabajo en el departamento de canales digitales en Endesa. Recientemente hemos lanzado un nuevo canal de comunicación digital muy innovador que permite complementar con otros canales que utilizamos hasta ahora, como el email o el SMS. El servicio está integrado en nuestra web y una vez que el usuario acepta recibir comunicaciones, podemos lanzarle notificaciones push a su ordenador y su smartphone sin necesidad de instalar ninguna aplicación adicional y sin ni siquiera estar navegando por la web de Endesa Clientes. Esto nos permite poder notificarle y comunicarle ofertas personalizadas y segmentadas según el perfil de cada cliente, que pueden ser de su interés y basados en su comportamiento y en su navegación.
A continuación vamos a realizar un envío de prueba. Hemos seleccionado a los usuarios según su localización, como podemos ver. Hemos introducido el texto del mensaje, el tiempo y vamos a seleccionar la imagen deseada. Vamos a crear nuevo mensaje. Comprobamos la previsualización y como todo está correcto, enviamos.
Y así es como se recibe en tu smartphone y en tu ordenador.
Ahora vamos a ver el reporte semanal que nos envía InDigital con la analítica de estos mensajes web push. Podemos ver las altas ventas de estos dispositivos, podemos ver las bajas, el total de dispositivos según los navegadores de nuestros clientes y el mapa según la localidad de cada dispositivo.
Bueno, pues como habéis visto, este es el canal innovador por el que apuesta Endesa Clientes, así que muchas gracias, espero que os haya gustado.
Okay, I think the video is clear. Only you need to install a library, a JavaScript, in the web page, you allow to receive notifications, and then you can communicate with the customer. They don't need to be in the Endesa web page in order to communicate with the customers. So you will receive the notification in the smartphone and in the computer. And the most important is that you can segment the notifications. So you can introduce one-to-one notification in order to communicate with the name of the person, in order to communicate that you have a new invoice, a new offer for the customer, depending on where they are, and depending on the profile of the customers. So this is all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Juan Carlos. I can tell you from Endesa that we are very happy with this solution. It's fully implemented and fully active, and we've made a clear step forward with this solution in our digital relationship with customers. Okay, in third place, I would like to introduce you to another startup, which is EcoCar. Okay, this is another Spanish startup. And we have here with us Fernando Martín, which is the co-founder of the startup. Here it happens that one of the founders, I think there were 4 founders, right? Is an ex-employee of Endesa. Okay, so you can see that we don't have any, any sort of bad intentions with ex-employees. Okay, we really are happy to work after they leave us. So they were founded in 2015, and they've been working with us since last year, since 2017. And they have a software as a service solution of car sharing management that enables a much more smarter and sustainable management for big car fleets, as Endesa have, and as many other big companies have. So please, Fernando, can explain a bit more about that.
Can you guys hear me? Perfect. So I will send a question to the audience. Let's see if we can catch some attention here. Do you guys know how much time the cars are being stopped or parked? Is there any? You already know? You've seen the pitch already? Yeah? Okay. So 95% of the time cars are being stopped, are being parked. We're using them an hour a day, more or less. So in EcoCar, we have identified this. This is a little bit more tricky. You didn't probably know that by 2025, the vehicle growth production will stagnate. It will not grow anymore. They will keep producing cars, but the production will not grow. And the number of shared vehicles, it's growing basically in an exponential way. Okay? We are living right now a deep change in the way we move, and younger generations are choosing mobility as a service for solving their problems, the mobility problems. They don't want to own, they don't want to have any liability, such as a car. And the automotive industry nowadays is a $1 trillion business, and by 2030, it is estimated that mobility as a service will be 9 times that. So a $9 trillion business by 2030, in 12 years. So in EcoCar, we are part of this mobility revolution, and we have a shared mobility platform. As Andres introduced already, we want to enable fleet operators and fleet managers to take as much value of their vehicles as they can. In this specific example, right, video is working. With Endesa, we are working with them in their corporate car sharing program within Endesa. So what we do is we connect Endesa's cars into the cloud, and employees of Endesa can actually find these vehicles, reserve them, can check the damages, and can use them and access them right from the smartphone. So why to do that? These are the main reasons why we're doing this and why Endesa is also doing it. They can reduce the number of cars that they need if they use it in a shared way, in a more efficient way. At the same time, they can reduce costs. If they make available these cars for more employees can start saving money on gray fleet and taxis, etc. And the last one, which is very interesting for Endesa, maybe we will talk about a little bit later, is that it speeds up the electrification of the fleet. So if you use the cars more, so the investment pays off faster. The electric cars are a little bit more expensive, and solutions like this allow you to use the cars more. electric mobility is basically in the DNA of what Endesa is representing, and that's why they are also interested in using these kind of solutions. We are working not only with Endesa. Endesa was one of the first, if not the first, who bet for us and who allow us to start making some business with big corporates, but we are also working with different companies in different other industries. Our business model is basically a fee per month per car. And we do it, our platform is a little bit, let's say, modular. We do it with a modular platform where we add services. So right now, Endesa has a car sharing platform where they are not charging to their employees. So it's a service that they give to their employees. But we are also getting more corporates and more different customers that require payments, insurances, etc. So we make sure that we have these services in place as well. As I said, we're not only working with corporates, but we are also working with fleet operators, fleet managers, such as rent-a-cars, car dealerships, who also want to digitalize the way we are accessing and using the vehicles. And last but not least, I want to make a special mention to one of the founders, who is Ivan Luarca, who was an ex-Endesa employee and who is been a key part on us working with Endesa and the rest of the team, who has been working in several other industries, several countries, languages, and who actually really want to change the way mobility is working nowadays. So my name, as I said, is Fernando Martin. I'm one of the founders, and thank you very much for your attention. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Fernando. Okay. And again, last but not least, let me introduce you to another startup, which is Carto. You may have heard of it, some of you. It's again a Spanish startup. It was founded in 2012, and they've been working with Endesa for the last 2 years, since 2016. Sorry. And they provide a software as a service platform that enables powerful location intelligence, okay? At the end, turning our customers' location data into really tangible business outcome, okay? So who better than Juan Manuel Rodríguez Jurado, that is with us, which is their sales manager, that can explain all of us what they do and what's been their experience with Endesa.
Thank you, Andres. Do you hear me? Yeah. Well, you presented so well that I will imitate Fernando and start.
Yes, please.
And I will start with a fact. Did you know that over the last 2 years we have generated more information than the whole history of humankind combined? So every day 1 quintillion bytes of generation with allocation. There are data scientists. There are many different profiles for end users that are arising. There are new data sources, the mobile devices, the hardware of IoT, and many other sources that are generating data streams. And then there are new type of analysis. We can do predictions, inference, we can do regressions, we can do many sophisticated analysis that are getting the power of location intelligence and allow us to solve very complex problems in different industries. So we have success cases in cities and governments. The mayor of New York used our platform to understand what happens in the city. We have banks, telecommunications companies, and of course, we have Endesa that we have grown and learned a lot working with them, solving very complex problems. And in difference, maybe to you, what you were saying, our role with Endesa is to optimize the service they are providing, to reduce cost, and in this case, to help the expansion country managers to simulate different scenarios and understand where to open the points of contacts with the customers. This, in a nutshell, what Carto does is it allows you to use the client's data in our database, then enrich that data with third-party data or our data observatory, then perform complex analysis on that data, visualize that in a very simple way and allows the decision maker to take action and document and found those decisions. So today we are happy to be able to serve different profiles like analysts, developers, decision makers, and many other targets that they were left out on the traditional GIS service. So I'm Juan Manuel Rodríguez Jurado, and thanks for the invitation.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Juan Manuel. Thank you very much, Juan Manuel. Excellent. Okay. I would like to ask you all, okay, if you could share with us the key learnings and the key takeaways you've got out of your experience with Endesa. I mean, I guess that many people ask themselves, how, that it may not be easy, at first, the relationship between such a small company with such a huge company, okay? The tempos, the different momentums of both of them. And I would like just to, as a success cases in all of your cases, how have you solved those eventual problems, and what have been the key tips and the key levers to solve that and to make out of this relation a success? Okay.
Yes. Well, in the case of Carto, we have been working for almost 2 years with Endesa, and I think the main takeaways are that we have been able to get in deep into the problems of Endesa or the pain points that you want to overcome, and involve our team in the process, and of course learn and get a lot of visibility on how to really help and to customize our service. Of course, surfing the challenges of the bureaucracy and all the processes of a very big corporation, but definitely so far it has been a great success story.
Thank you, Juan Manuel. And maybe you, Jorge, you want to share with us?
In my case, it's been very funny because being in a startup and try to work with a big company like Endesa, you have to be very patient actually. All the legal stuff, everything, it takes forever. But it is true when you have a good idea and you have a good product, and also the other part of the team, which is Endesa, the interface, believes on that, I think the experience start getting very good. In our existing relationship, it's been like we promise a solution that it works. When it works, the team gets happy, and also their bosses are happy as well because you're bringing business. So it means like the relationship is getting better and better. Other cases, imagine that the service is not good and the product is not good. Probably it's a nightmare, or it could be another example. But in this specific case, I think I got very surprised, and I'm damn about the people on Endesa is very starving about doing things digital. I mean, marketing departments, they're trying to do new things, new ideas. They listen to us, which is hard because I've been in the other side, I've been in the corporate side, and normally we didn't pay a lot of attention to the small companies. But in this specific case with Endesa, it's been a very, very, very good experience, very good surprise, and very happy so far.
Thank you, Jorge. I'm very pleased to hear that. Thank you. Maybe in your case, Juan Carlos, do you want to share with us your experience and your learnings?
Yes, I think the most important difference is when you are sitting with the small companies, you can make a decision with 1 or 2 people, sitting with only 1 or 2 people. And always with Endesa, you have meetings where there are 4 or 5 people, where you need to coordinate different departments in order to have approval, the final approval. So I think when you have an invitation to be in Endesa, always you need to be ready to have 5 or 6 people from different departments. And legal has a lot of power, always, because it's normal. You need to coordinate how to communicate with the customers. And I think it's one of the main differences, the number of people to make a decision and the coordination, the internal coordination to approve the different process.
Okay, excellent, Juan Carlos, thank you. Maybe in your case, Fernando?
So in my case, I will not repeat that it is complicated to work with a corporate where things take forever. When we have run out time of 3, 4, 5 months, where our money is basically running out, you can just close the company in 5 months, and then some might take a year to take a decision in working with you. But I think the key here, and we were lucky with Endesa because we found key people within Endesa who really wanted to go a little bit forward and a little bit faster than any other companies out there. As I said, it was the first one who bet on us. After we work with Endesa, it's easier to work with other corporates. And what I think the key part that we learned is that when you find someone within a company like Endesa who wants to learn with you, because in the end it's a learning process for both sides. It's for us to understand how Endesa is working and for Endesa to understand that we're a startup. We need to move a little bit faster. I would like to make a special mention to Pablo Zamaura, who actually is a contact in Endesa, who believed in us and who took our hand and said, okay, guys, let's move forward. Let's learn together. And once you find that synergy in that learning process, I think things are much easier. I don't say it's easy to find that person, but if entrepreneurs, you're out there and you want to work with Endesa, there are people here who really want to work with you and to bring you to the next level now. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you, Fernando. Let me focus a bit on that because just not to just to avoid people and entrepreneurs to tackle the Endesa's door. I mean, we really believe in technologies, in ideas that are at an early stage. Okay, entrepreneurs don't have to have a very consolidated solution or product or service to come to us. I mean, we are very, very open to innovation from the very, very early stages, okay? And it's been more or less your cases. I think the 4 examples we've brought, I think they have grown with us, along with us, and of course we've grown with them in not in terms of size, but in terms of experience, in terms of getting more digital. And I would like just to make a point on that. So maybe there is a general sense that you have to be very big, you have to have a very consolidated product to come to a big company like us, but that's not true, okay, at least in Endesa's case, okay? So I think we're about on time. I think we have 40 seconds left, so we could leave it in this point. And thank you very much for your time, for your interest. And I hope to see you all next year, okay?
Okay, this is live. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. If you could leave in this direction, it'd be great, thanks. Just we can get set up for the next people. Okay, so we're just setting up for the next speaker. So I don't know whether there's still a big queue outside, but anyone who wants to leave, can they do quickly and let the next people in? And we're just waiting for the next speaker. So we need to get the presentation. Are you going to do a podium, Borja? Okay. So we managed to get a podium within 5 minutes. So we just need to set that up. And then we're going to be ready to roll. Yeah, wherever, yeah, okay. No, it's the best. Perfecto there, yeah. Okay, so she's behind the screen. So we can just move the chair. You can just leave it there. It'll be fine. Okay. So just setting up 15 minutes, and then we're going to have a podium. Okay, so we're ready to go. If you want to join me on stage. Oops, very sorry. Okay. If you could just join me on stage. So we have a podium for you, and we have the clicker. So what we're going to do first is test your microphone. So can you speak into your microphone?
Hi, everybody.
Hello? Okay, that's working?
Good to see you all.
Okay, very good. And that's your presentation? Perfect. Okay, so you can probably, actually, because you'll want to see your presentation as it goes through, won't you? Okay, so we'll just see kind of come up there. Okay. So, okay, no, it's clicking and then go back to the first one. Okay, we'll see if I can get the presentation on that screen as well so you can see it in front.
Sounds good. Thank you,
Okay,
Joe.
ready to go then? Okay, round of applause please for Ekta, who's going to talk to us about how to build a successful startup. You know, all people who come from outside Spain should get big round of applause. She's flown halfway across the world, so
everybody.
big smiles and big welcomes. Thank you.
Is it going to show up, Joe?
No,
on
I'll
this one?
get it going. Just start, okay?
Okay, all right. Thank you, Joe. And thank you, everybody, for making the time to come here and listen to my presentation. Appreciate it. So I'm Ekta Deng, as Joe already mentioned. I'm a partner at Finox Venture Capital, which is a Silicon Valley-based venture capital arm that invests in companies all across the globe. And we have invested in several companies, and then get to that. We are actually a venture capital fund with 18 different funds ranging from $20 to $200 million each. And most of our LPs are big corporations in Asia and some of them in Europe as well. We've invested so far in 135 companies, and we have about 88 team members all across the globe, actively looking for investment opportunities all across. And some of our popular investments have been Rigetti, which is a popular quantum computing startup, X.AI, which is very famous in terms of optimizing and using machine learning for personal assistant applications. Effectiva, which I'll talk about as well, is an interesting startup. It's a women-led startup that is looking into using emotion and facial recognition technologies for a variety of applications. And then we have Osaro, which is a robotic arm-based company, and a lot more that you're welcome to come and explore on our website as well. So we invest in several continents, like I mentioned, but primarily we have done investments in United States, Japan, and also in Southeast Asia. So today I'm going to talk about how to raise a successful startup from an investor's standpoint. So looking at it from an entrepreneurial eye, there are definitely rich learnings I'm sure each one of you have, but looking at it from an investor eye, you would be curious to know what we look for. So hence, I thought it would be a good topic to introduce on how we, the investor community, envisions or expects from the upcoming startups. So in that capacity, the top techniques for raising a good startup would start with effective communication. Now, there's somebody who actually came up with a startup with the 2-minute, with a 1-minute pitch, which was, we drive synergistic mobile, you can read through the pitch. But really, effective communication boils down to being able to deliver a message very quickly in plain, simple language that everybody can understand, even a layman. I think that's where the power lies in terms of effectively communicating to the other side on what your mission is. The second point would be systematic approach to fundraising. So there are startups who come to me all the time and say, hey, I'm a seed stage startup, but I don't know if I should call myself seed or I should call myself Series A. It varies across geography. Should we raise a huge amount of money at this time so we don't have to bother about fundraising every now so often? Should we raise it at a later date? So here's the answer to that question. I mean, there's no rule to it, but there is what we have seen in terms of the norm, particularly in the United States, but I think in terms of the stage of the growth, it would have applicability all across the globe as well. So my feedback is raise only as much as you really want to use, because you don't want to dilute yourself very early in the game. Once you have built up your company and you have built it with the strengths that you have, not just your core DNA, but also you have gathered together a team around yourself, which is empowering you in multiple ways, go ahead and you're welcome to use more investor money as you reach that stage. So decision around when to raise, how much to raise, look for common guidelines before you just go and ask for money, I guess. Some of the guidelines that we also give to startups who are asking for venture capital money or trying to raise different stages, money from different stages across different stages of growth is, hey, give a sense to your investor on some metrics the investor really cares for. Definitely, there are investors who have a huge love and passion for technology, but at the end of the day, if you are an investor, you want to see how much you will make and when do you make money, essentially. So they are absolutely looking for metrics around cash flow break-even. When do you become break-even? What's the revenue expectation? How are you going to achieve that? And how much money you want to raise. So if, as an investor, I want to know how much of dilution you're causing to my money, that if I'm an early investor, that you would be, I would be very interested in knowing on what my journey would look like along with an entrepreneur. So give that insight and visibility to your investor on what these numbers look like. The next one is, of course, a short, crisp. I already talked about effective communication, but really the idea is that you're able to say everything you need to say in a simplest possible language and in the time that you're required to say so. So here's an example. If you're given only X minutes to talk to an audience about your pitch, try and take 1 minute less, not 1 minute more. So if you plan on taking 1 minute less, you will, buffer for any delays you may have during your pitch. And if you're told you have only X minutes, at least do it 5 minutes less. This is obviously, it varies and depending on who you're pitching to, but the whole idea is buffer some time for delays that may happen. Diversify your investment. This is a big takeaway. There are startups who come to us and say, hey, there's this big family office who is willing to invest in us, and they are open to taking the whole round. And my question back to them is that really what you want? I mean, you should look at an investor not just as somebody who's going to bring capital, but you should look for revenues on smart capital as well. So please, please, please diversify your investments. At times the family office may be great because they have a legacy business in a certain domain, and you can use it. But make sure that you have thought through your strategy on whether a corporate VC would be interesting for you, a financial VC will be interesting to you, which geography this investor is, what relationships they have in a particular geography. As much as an investor does diligence on a startup, I really applaud startups who ask me the right questions and make sure that they are also doing an appropriate diligence on the investor. So again, I think I reinforced most of these points, how good of an evangelist in this case, the person that you're going to is for the company. If a family office is investing, great, but are they also going to vouch for the company? Or they're just going to invest and hope for the company to grow on its own? Really, again, something to think about and value the diversification that has to be brought. Then follow fundraising, latest trends and technology. This is, again, something very interesting. It's not just that where the money is, it's not just who is providing the money, but where it's coming from as well. And are those investors new age investors as well? Are you thinking of your opportunities in trying to grab money? And when I say that, I'm looking at a company called Telegram. Most of us know it's a very popular group chat platform, and they raised a significant amount of money through ICO. So now, that said, doesn't mean that ICO is the right route, or crowdfunding is the right route, or going to a family office is a good option, or going to a corporate VC. It could be a combination of all these. It could be only one. And it really depends on your own strategy and how you think that you can generate maximum value out of this network of investors that you are bringing to the mix in the company as well. And at what stage you are bringing that mix. At times, there are seed stage startups, and there are a whole lot of those who are not necessarily very breakthrough in terms of technology, but have figured out a great business model. And they are exhausting themselves in trying to look for money from the corporations, which necessarily may or may not necessarily be a fit at that stage of the company and for the kind of thing that they have developed. But if it's a breakthrough technology, and the company is very early, it is very likely that the corporate VC arm may be interesting for them and vice versa as well. The next one is build effective partnerships. I already mentioned about Effectiva. I'm very proud of this company for two reasons. Finax Venture Capital is an investor in the company, but also it's a woman-led company. And they have a great technology, and more than the DNA of the company, they are thinking of the right strategic partnerships. So if you Google up for them, you'll see that they are already partners with SoftBank, and they are enhancing the robot capabilities of SoftBank's robot, and they are using Nuance, a company who's empowering their platform with voice recognition technologies as well. So what they can do with emotion recognition and the partnerships that they have established is game-changing in terms of the application that has brought forward through Effectiva. And then have a clear vision, essentially, of what you're trying to achieve. So build startups based on current market needs and explore the consumer pain point. You may have an awesome technology, but if you're not ready for the market, don't expect the market to adopt it. And that's something that is very challenging and is usually the case for breakthrough technologies. So think about, if you're trying to address the market, then which market is appropriate for you, and what timing for that market is appropriate for your company. The last but not the least, assemble a passionate team. And a good example of this is Rigetti, which is now become the name in the quantum computing world. And Finax Venture Capital is an investor, early investor in Rigetti as well. Of course, this company is now resonating with a whole lot of investors, not only for the breakthrough technology it has brought to the fore, but also because of the fact that they have assembled a team that really includes the who's who from IBM, Google, Microsoft, Alibaba, Nokia, Intel, and so on and so forth. So it's really, the power is the people. So it's very important that you select the right team, be very selective in terms of choosing diverse skill sets coming to your company through the teams as well. So that pretty much brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you so much, and really appreciate being here. I'm thoroughly enjoying this Out Summit. Thank you, everybody.
If you can exit this side, thank you. Okay. Microphone is working. Okay, Pedro, you can come on stage, and we'll just get you set up. Just check the microphones are working. Monica, Ivan, yes, come as well. If you could sit in this chair, Pedro. If you could sit in this chair. Otherwise, you'll have what's known as the Wimbledon effect. It'll be like watching tennis, It'll be like there. So Monica, Ivan on the couch. And I'm going to take this away. Try and get rid of PowerPoint. And if we can just transition really quickly, that'd be great. Are you going to take away the podium or? Okay. I don't know. Can somebody help her with the podium? Come on, people that are passing. Come on, you guys. Whoops. Oh, gee. Okay. Nada. Okay, we're nearly ready to go. Okay, we need to get the clock back to 0. Pedro, can we test your microphone? Can you speak?
Hello, hello.
Perfect, very good.
Okay, cool.
Monica, test your microphone.
I think I'm fine, no?
Perfect.
Mine is not
working.
Okay,
yes,
Ivan.
it's working now.
Okay,
Yes.
great. So we just need to get the timer set, and then we're ready to go. Until that thing says 30, I still stay here. Okay, absolutely brilliant. Okay, the next panel is on IoT and driving cross-country value. Take it away, Pedro. Round of applause, please, for Pedro. Yay! Come on, all of you, give a round of applause.
Okay, guys, so we're going to do this panel in English. We have here two amazing experts, Monica, who's the founder and chairman of Net4Things, and Ivan, who is running Internet of Things for EY all over Europe. And I'm going to be making a short intro. I just turned 41, and I think I'm the last year of the Generation X. I think my generation was responsible for bringing social networks, smartphones in the market. And as a result, I think that most executives in Generation X are building open organizations. We're connecting people, and we're making organizations flexible, liquid, and open. So you see that Generation X entrepreneurs are usually founders of big platforms like social media companies, or Airbnbs, or Ubers, or things like that. The next generation, Generation Ys, and I see lots of them here, millennials, you are going to be facing a world where everything is connected. And if you see the trouble we've gotten into by connecting people, you guys are going to be facing a lot more trouble because now your chair, your clothes, everything is going to be connected. But at the same time, we're going to have many more ideas and many more business opportunities for everybody. Yeah, I think it's going to be huge. So I think Generation X, connected people, Generation Y, connected things, and then Generation Z, or the centennials, the guys who are in high school right now, are really going to be facing the toughest period, which is basically building an artificial intelligence-powered world, which is, I think, the challenge of challenges. So I have two amazing people here with me, and of course, they have really cool projects going on. So if you want to take a minute or two to explain what you do, and Monica, if you want to start.
Okay. So I started this company 7 years ago as a spin-off of a security company where we were producing alarms, and we were interested in controlling what was going on in the house, not just for security reasons, but as a consumer, as a user, you want to have everything under control, not only the safety, but all your belongings and all your beloved. That means children, pets, families, whatever, and the car. So that's how we started on trying to produce a low-cost digital home, smart home. And eventually, because the market wasn't really ready and digital homes are still to come, we pivoted to the connected car, which is what we're now doing, and we expect to have over 2 million connected cars this year. So what we do is in the aftermarket, new cars are already embedded systems, so they have the plugged-in situation where you have a connected car. That means Wi-Fi and a smart car that informs you of what's going on. But just in Spain, there's over 18 million cars that are not connected and are very easily connectable for a very reasonable price. You just connect your car, you have Wi-Fi, you have all the services you may think of. I'm not going to go on the list, there can be long. And we hope it's really going to be a massive implementation. It's already running in America, and we are launching in Bahrain, in the north of Spain already is running, and we have clients now in 3 different continents. So that's what
you're only doing this B2B or also
it's B2B. So you'll never see a Net4Things connected car. You'll always see it through another big telco or insurance company. Those are mostly the companies which we're working with.
Thank you.
Okay.
Ivan, you work all over Europe with Internet of Things projects, and you probably many clients. So tell us about what you do and something that you're really excited about that you've done recently.
Thank you very much, guys, for being here. Appreciate it, and thank you for the invitation. Okay. Yes, as it was mentioned earlier, I am part of the IoT advisory team for EY. We work, which is funny, when you think about EY, you think accounting, right, or audit. But in fact, we have a very, very strong capabilities from the point of view of tech advisory. As it was mentioned earlier, we work all over the world in all different sectors, oil and gas, smart cities, power and utilities, consumer, logistics, everything. And yes, I mean, we're very excited about what's going on right now, connecting all these different emerging technologies, IoT, artificial intelligence, blockchain, robotics. The potential is huge. And
tell us something, if you can. Can you hear me? Okay, so if you can, tell us about a project that you've been working on recently, without saying the name of the client if you want, but where the client has been very smart about how, how to leverage the IoT opportunity.
A very cool example that I can share is, for example, in the oil and gas industry. I mean, I'm not an expert on this area, but for example, when you produce diesel, the process takes a lot of time. It requires a lot of different processes and heat and pressure and different things. And at the end of the process, at the end of 90 minutes of production of diesel, they always take a sample, they send it to the lab, and they test the quality. Now, if the quality is good, whew, well done, we can keep going, right? If the quality is not good, if the quality is not satisfactory, we have a problem. We need to start again. Now, imagine this happening 24/7 all over the world in all these different refineries. So the client came to us with a question, it's like, do you have any sensors that could measure quality using IoT? And we thought about it, and there is no such thing as a quality measure sensor. But we came up with the idea of, okay, what if we use all the sensors that are gathering data, we look at all the historical data of all the entire process, and combining with artificial intelligence, we create a model that can give us the prediction of what's going to be the level of quality of the product in the following batch. So we created a proof of concept, and we got a rate of 93% of probability that the following batch was going to have a satisfactory level of quality. Now, the really interesting thing is that when you're talking about this type of solutions, this is applicable in every single process in the industrial process. We're talking about chemicals, cement, beer, food, tobacco, electricity. So this solution that came out of diesel production, we are currently implementing it all over the world, combining IoT and AI. So this is one of the very interesting solutions that we're currently developing globally.
Yesterday, we were having a conference, and we were speaking to a few guys who were doing a very smart model like that for something called preventive maintenance.
Yeah.
And it's basically, if I have sensors in your car, in your tires, in your paint, everywhere, I can understand when something is not going right, and I can fix it before it breaks down.
Yeah.
So actually, I make you happy because you're not wasting your time and you don't have a damaged car, and at the same time, I'm making more money because I'm giving you a better service. Yeah. And the interesting thing is then, they were putting sensors on tires, for example, in coal mines for the carts that were moving the coal. And when they noticed a certain vibration, it means that part of the tire is broken, and they need to change it before it actually, creates an accident. And they realized that a tire is a tire. So using that same model for a coal mine or an airplane or a car is very similar. So as you said, cross-industry utilization of these models is becoming very interesting.
And that's when it gets really exciting, that you're not, I mean, something that I always recommend to everybody when we're talking about emerging technologies is avoid thinking in silos. Because very often there is this tendency to think, okay, this is AI, and this is analytics, and this is IoT, and this is robotics. The companies that are going to really, really take full advantage of the potential of these technologies are the ones that are looking across the whole spectrum. Yeah. That they're starting to understand that bringing IoT and AI and blockchain and putting some functions with robotics, that's what creates the real value, and that's what is going to make the difference in the long term.
Well, it's really the different phases of a diamond. You can't have a diamond with just one phase. AI wouldn't exist without IoT. Where is AI getting all the information in order to be able to predict and reduce or increase efficiencies, as you're saying? Well, that's what we see as consumers, as people. What's behind? What are the economics behind it? Is all this amount of information that is so efficiently treated or crunched, then it can produce, as you were saying, I can foresee when it's going to break. So then the economics of what's behind it, like in our connected car, if you've run already 36,000 kilometers, which is the average kilometers you need to spend to really go on renewing your tires. Who has economics behind? The maintenance the maintenance garage where they sell ¿cómo se dice? Ruedas, the wheels. So as they are connected to the system and the platform is giving information to all those on your area, what are you receiving? You're receiving an input as to a pop-up in your app saying, you're about to be out of margins with the wheels. You get 3 for the price of 2 on your nearest garage. So that are the economics. So who's going to pay for all this information that is bringing into you a capacity to decide and to avoid accidents? The economics behind, which is all the market behind the scenes, which are being nourished by the data crunch from the IoT.
Are you planning to make any money out of
Oh yes, of course. I'm a business. This is a company. This is not.
How are you going to make money out of data, not just selling devices?
Well, in fact, like for instance, with the telco company, that one of our clients, the telco company is going to provide it as a bundle in other services they produce. A telco company, like in Spain, they've already reached their ceiling of clients. Everybody has a phone, a mobile phone, so there's no possibility to increase your market. So how do you increase the number of SIMs of the little intelligent card without having new clients? Well, cars are the next client, because connecting a car means putting a SIM into each one of the cars. There's 18 old cars in Spain, so that's 18 new potential clients. So Telefónica, for instance, or Orange, or Vodafone, or any of the big telcos are always trying to find new solutions to increase the loyalty of their clients. So this is going to be one of their things. Like they started with TV. Everybody has a pay TV at home, which is bundled with any of the big telcos. The next thing they're going to provide is the car. So we are going to charge, not directly because we are B2B, but the telco charges the user for this new service, and then they pay to us. So that's the business model.
So who's under 25 here? Raise your hand. A lot of you, right? So I'm going to give you a few ideas on how to build a profitable business model with data. Think about the old guys, how they sold cars. The business was selling a car or repairing a car, right? And then you own it, I have no relationship with you. Then middle-aged guys, they would lease a car or rent a car, right? And the reason we were able to do this is because companies knew more or less how drivers would behave, so they knew more or less what risk they were taking. So they would say, I will keep the ownership of the car and I will lease it to you, but I'm going to charge you more, so I'm going to get more margin because I know how you're going to behave. Like if you're a crazy driver that drive while you're partying on a Friday night, you're not interesting for me. But if you're a father of 2 and you are very, you have all your points in your driver's license, you're the perfect driver for me. Now, think about a new model. Companies are saying, okay, if I give you the car as a service and you let me access the data of your car in real time, so I know where you are, your speed, when you change your oil, the temperature of your engine, how much water you have in your engine and everything, I'm going to have a much better monitoring capacity of your vehicle. And if it's about to break, don't worry, because in the middle of your trip from Madrid to Barcelona, I will send you a notification saying, please pull over in the next gas station, and there will be somebody waiting for you to refill your oil, right? So you can keep going. Okay, of course, this is going to be much more expensive, but it's good money for you. So many companies are starting to do this. General Electric is doing this when they sell airplane turbines, when they're selling wind turbines. And think about anything that was usually sold once through, and now you can rent as a service, and you can keep an open platform for sharing data, okay? And then on the other side, there's going to be a business about protecting that data, because an open flow of data is a point of vulnerability for many companies and many clients. So people are going to be more concerned about privacy and cybersecurity. So in these 2 areas, you have amazing businesses that are going to happen in the next 10 to 15 years. So think about it. Any business that runs today on that old model, you can change it into the new one.
Yeah. I think what IoT adds to AI, because what you were commenting, the case you were presenting is AI is capable of predicting due to past actions. IoT in this case, in the car, for instance, is not AI. It's really real-time information because the car is producing the information. You're not really going on statistics of the past, but on the reality of your own car because you have an intelligent car. So IoT in this case enriches the possibility and the kind of uses you may use. And the one thing you were talking about, cybersecurity and privacy, that's the downside. We were talking about China just before, no? What comes with the IoT is that all this, and this we're coming now to the macro projects of big cities with all these sensors all around and cameras and whatever. And we have the case of Xinjiang, where it's an Orwellian city. Everybody knows who you are, what you're doing, your face, ADN, behavior, past records, religion. They have a problem with the Muslim people now. They're putting them into re-educational centers just because they are Muslim and they have behaved in a certain way. So the big problem about IoT in the big cities is that privacy is continuously invaded. In the Western world, we have more regulation, which is we are used to. Nobody can, the police cannot come into your home unless it has a warrant by the warrant, so you are protected. But in places like China where regulation of privacy is not protected, it's really a big issue as to how people are going to eventually come against IoT because it reduces their intimacy and their privacy, and they're really in the hands of whoever is in power, and not always those in power are very respectable. So that is one issue which has to be overcome by regulation, and this is so new, we're still starting to regulate accordingly to the realities. So.
And I was mentioning backstage that I was in China 2 weeks ago, and China, you know, they are very committed to whatever they decide, and they go for it very strongly. A few years ago, it was cheap labor, and now it's artificial intelligence, and they have a country-wide commitment with artificial intelligence, and they don't care about privacy very much. So, and this is real, like going from my hotel to the conference center every morning, I would get spotted by 300-400 cameras, and they have created what they call a social credit score. I don't know if you follow Black Mirror. That is exactly the chapter of Black Mirror where if you behave badly, you get in a fight, you get drunk, you cross the road on the wrong time, you get bad credit. And that means that you cannot take your kid to private school, you cannot get on an airplane, you cannot get credit to buy a house. Things like that are happening right now. So my question is, Ivan, you travel all around Europe, and you see that now we're creating all this regulation for data protection, for privacy, but these guys and these don't care. So they're just building massive amounts of data, and they're perfectioning their algorithms much faster than we are. Have we lost the race on artificial intelligence?
I think that, the case of China is the extreme. Like, it's hard to, should we worry that this is happening right now, today? We should be concerned. Is this going to happen to us soon? Hopefully not. But I don't think that, that this is something that we need to be concerned at this moment in time. Especially that what I see the most, when we're talking about, we're talking about governments, we're talking about organizations, we're talking about companies. I think that companies want to have access to data because they want to sell you more products, they want to sell you more services, and they want to make more money. That's it. Governments, they might have different agendas. We, for example, we have done the IoT strategy for one of the smartest cities in the world, in the Middle East. I cannot say which one. But the goal, for example, for that city, they want to be the most advanced, and they want the citizens to be the happiest. Something that they did is they created a happiness index. And basically, they look at all the different elements that are important for their citizens. And every single decision they are making from the point of view of investment on new technology, regulation, policies, is regarding of how are they going to be able to address those specific happiness elements for their citizens. That involves a lot of IoT, that involves a lot of AI, and that involves a lot of different technologies. So we see, again, we see the whole spectrum. We see companies that they see technology as investing in technology so the technology can support their workers and their employees. On the other hand, you have companies that are investing a lot of money, so the operations are fully automatized, right? So there is no people. There is factories working 24/7 with 3 people just, swapping. and we have the whole spectrum, right? So which one is the right approach? I think it depends on what are the values of the company, depends on what are the strategic objectives, and what is the long-term vision of the organization and of the governments. From the point of view of China, they are going in that direction, but there are many different governments and organizations going in a different approach.
There are little things, little quotidian things, like for instance now, and this was invented by a Spaniard, and one wonders how nobody invented it before. Now when you go into a parking place, and you have the green lights or the red lights on the roof, and that gives you exactly where's the nearest park spot, and then you think, well, now before I had to go round and round until I found a place to put my car in, and just as you enter now, you look up on the roof and you know exactly. That is efficiency. That is saving you time that you can dedicate for idleness or for happiness or whatever. That is IoT. That's not AI, because AI would be this now, the second stage of these green lights. It gives information to a smart city grid where you get all this information, so when the people enter the city or you have an app, you get the information already as to where is the nearest parking place, parking garage, where you have a guarantee of finding the right place. So this is efficiency. This makes life so much easier to everyone. So I think that even we have the issues of privacy, we have these huge issues that are going to improve our lives in how we do everything. There's one other problem, one other downside is the crunching of data and the obtention of data is favoring corporate concentration, monopolies. And that is one of the big issues now in the world headlines as to, because all this information is not that easy to crunch or to transform into smart information. Who are managing and who are leveraging on this information that they're getting? And it's not the little or medium companies. It's not SMEs who are really, SMEs are producing software to analyze, but the result of the information is increasing power to those who are already very powerful. So one of the big issues is we really have to be very attentive to how regulators are going to face this new phase in terms of how are we going to control this amount of concentrating power in corporations.
Do you think it's possible to control it? Or we should just buy stock to have a pension fund?
No, I wonder if I had the answer as to how to control it, I would be a regulator. I'm not. On the contrary, I'm always trying to find ways to go around the regulator. But, but I suppose there are going to be big issues, and this is coming already. We have this huge story in Europe, in the European Council, as to what are they doing with Google. They are controlling. I don't know. There probably be somehow ways to control how they manage the information. But it is a very, very important issue. It's really very relevant.
One thing I wanted to say, I mean, you can look at both things. You can see the challenges or the dangers, or you can look at the opportunities. Yeah. I think that something that I really put a lot of attention is I work a lot in building awareness of the huge potential that these technologies can bring to organizations. When we identify and they realize, okay, what are the business objectives? So they want to focus on let's say, optimization of their processes, how to increase productivity, how to cut costs. IoT can be a great solution for that.
Absolutely. Yeah.
On the other hand, IoT can help organizations grow. So how can this technology can help you develop new business services, new IoT-enabled services, new products, new user experiences. So I always like people to think about IoT not just as a silver bullet that is going to solve things or it's going to cause a lot of troubles, but it's a tool that we have in our toolbox that thanks to that is going to help us solve different problems. Now, once we identify what is the business objective, we can go, okay, we want to focus in optimization, fine. we focus on asset management, we focus on process management, we can help you cut costs. Or do we want to focus on growth? Okay, we can do that. We can create new business models, create new services, create new value. I strongly believe that at the end of the day, everything comes down to value. What's the value that these technologies bring to the organization? What's the value that they bring to the consumers? What's the value they bring to the citizens? Yeah. And that's what should guide the direction when it comes.
That's an excellent point, because people say that data is the oil of the 21st century, and whoever owns the data will own the market. And owning the data is not the same as owning the infrastructure where the data travels through. You can be the owner of the bank, or you can be the owner of the telco, but you have no ownership of the data. So I wonder.
But I just want to say, the funny thing is that there is this misunderstanding about data. Like we have clients coming to us saying like, data monetization. Yes, we have a lot of data. How can we sell it? And I'm like, no, that's not data monetization. You don't monetize your data by selling it. You monetize your data by creating new value. So what is the value that this data is going to bring to you, to your partners, to your customers, to your suppliers? That's the reasoning that you should be having. So yes, you have all the data. Great. What are you going to do with it? Are you going to create an ecosystem that allows people to benefit from that data? Are you going to build new services where you can be sharing this data so everybody benefits? Or are you going to try to sell it? Because that's unfortunately the reasoning very often.
I think one of the most interesting people I've met in the last 6 months has been the CEO of Alibaba in Europe. And he said, the small business in the small supermarket or the small convenience store in your neighborhood has nothing to be scared about by the arrival of Alibaba. But the big surfaces, the big malls, the big supermarkets, they should be very scared. And we are going to become the operating system for these small, family-owned businesses that you have on the street. But then when we do that, we're going to provide a lot of value through data to those guys, because we're going to tell them what they need to sell, how to lower their stock, how to advertise, how to rotate the products much faster, how to understand their customer better, because we have information about their position, their financial transactions, their demographic profile, what they own, what they buy. So we can be very accurate at helping other people do better business.
We can be very accurate, but unfortunately what I see is most organizations are not ready to take the chances and to experiment and to try these new things. I mean, from the technological point of view, we have the capabilities to do amazing stuff. The problem is when you get to the decision makers and the decision makers go, very innovative. Has it been done before? No. Okay, so we wait and we don't do it.
Yeah, but that's always the story about innovation. Who are the early adopters? And that's 1 in a million, and the rest are followers. So you always have to push into finding the early adopter within an organization so that he will push it. In our case, we've been talking about IoT for the past 7 years, and just everybody was opening their eyes. So what are you talking about? And the very first important contract we signed took us 2.5 years to persuade the people within the corporation, and they were all super nerds. Theoretically, they were the IT department, very advanced, all from MIT, the top guys, and still, they were not entrepreneurs. So they understand, but then making a decision to go to the market and spending an initial investment means that it's going to take a long time then to have a return. So big corporations have been very slow into adapting and digitalizing. So I think now it's finally we're here. People are seeing that the early adopters are taking advantage, and if they don't get on the train, they're just going to stay behind forever and die. Because if you're not putting into all these devices into your company for robotization, for increased efficiency, you won't be able to bring down your prices and compete with those who have already entered the market.
And the beauty of IoT is that you don't have to make a huge investment. You can start small. You can start small with a small use case, with a small project, a small problem that you want to solve, and how you use the technology to solve that specific problem. Then you move on to the next problem and next problem. It's not like 10 years ago when you have to make a 3 years implementation of the new SAP platform, right? And after 3 years, it's completely obsolete, right? This, you can start small, but very often, as I mentioned, is A, willing to take risks, willing to experiment and to try new things. 2, understanding the potential that these technologies can bring to your organization and to your customers. And 3, focusing on adding value. If you focus on adding value, you're gonna create opportunities for success. If you are just focusing on putting sensors and technology and apps and AI and all the buzzwords, you're gonna fail.
So guys, we are running out of time, but I would say that if you were in 2004 and you were in an innovation conference and there was 30 minutes dedicated to social networks, it was the right time to build a company on social networks. We are on a 3-day conference about innovation and entrepreneurship, and there's 30 minutes for IoT. This is the right time to build a company in IoT, and you're the right generation, so please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys.
Brilliant. Okay. Okay. Is this working? Yes, it is. Great. Okay. Can you exit in that direction, please, Pedro? Thank you very much. Monica, well done. Thank you. Okay. Raf, if you want to come out. Rafael. And we need to first get your presentation up and test your microphone is working.
Of course.
And there's actually a queue outside of people, so people are coming in and out.
This is going to be the fun part.
I know, but it's catchy title and everything, right? Useless computer gizmo. Okay.
See what happens there.
Like everyone tells me they're the person who knows about IoT. You see, there's like like all the other people, they don't know what to do with it. But
right.
You're the guy. Okay. Well,
thanks for staying, guys.
Let's see. Okay, not to worry. Okay, so we just got to get the magic digits up on the thing, and your microphone's working, and do a click to check your clicker is working.
It works.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, everyone, big round of applause for Raf. Yay!
Ooh. I don't know. You had a much bigger audience, Ivan. Well done. Good afternoon, people. Yes, come in. Very nice to be here. I want to give you a little bit of a preview of what I think and why I think IoT is a life-changing set of technologies. So the first slide, you might have just had a sneak peek before, so it's a bit of a non-surprise, but this was, for me, one of the most incredible technology invented so far, right? This is not, of course. This is a good example of what a connected device could have looked like if people didn't think that there was actually a little bit more to it. And of course, we've seen a generation of stupid devices. If you look at this, the connected ponytail, the Internet of Poo, and other kind of things, right? There's tons of that bullshit out there. And so when we started looking in the world of IoT, we were stunned by the amount of bad ideas and still execution on those. Of course, 2017 was a great year to watch all those incredible companies falling down massively on the world of not only the world of IoT but other sort of hardware companies, and companies that were valued like $1 billion company, $3.2 billion. Jobon, Alex is a friend of mine. He was one of the co-founder. Has always a story about how the company just overly used external funding and really didn't make much of it. They had issues with the management, they had issue with the product, they had issue with the production, they had so many issues that they couldn't resolve that at the end of the day, the company fell. So classic story of in and up, but this is the world of IoT as we knew it. There's actually guys in here that know it. There's a Twitter account for Internet of Shit. So this is a reality as we know it. There's a lot of bad ideas and bad execution in the world of IoT. But the good news is it's not all bad. IoT has been a life-changing technology for many reasons. The first one used to be extremely expensive. Do you know that we used to cost sensors about 100 times more? Now, of course, commoditizing, the costs are going down dramatically. And you got all kind of different sensors, from accelerated emitters, force, chemical, all kind of different sensors capturing all kind of different data. Second thing, the cost of compute, right? Costs down dramatically as well. And third, the storage space. You remember, have you ever seen, I don't think anyone in the room, maybe those gentlemen in the front wouldn't remember the size of the IBM computer, which was a room entirely, right? Now you have more power in your pocket or in your wrist than you've ever had in this computer, which was the size of a truck. So that's obviously why the world of IoT exploded in the first place. Now, we're in 2018, close to 2019, and I want to show you a few examples of why I believe IoT, and some examples of real life-changing technologies in the world of IoT. First one, impacting humans. obviously. So that's, one of the first wearable. If you can remember it, there's been a flourish of those. We talked about Jawbone. That's a good example. Tons of those. How many of you have wearables on their wrists? Raise your hands. Yeah, good. Yeah, good 20% of the population. Hang in there. They will disappear, but you still have the choice to use them. But at the end of the day, we're getting into another wave of different products, right? From wearables to insidables. This is implantables territory now. You even look at ingestibles as those. Those are real. They're not just science fiction elements now. The pills actually exist. You have products that have been developed, tested by MIT for years, almost 10 years now. They are actually being diagnosed. They're actually being used for diagnostic as well. Now you get into trainables as well. All kind of devices. This is Upright is a company that we looked into in Israel, which makes the posture better. It's absolutely incredible. Shockables, hearables, ringables. There's many A-balls, right? A lot of A-balls around here. The goal basically for me to show you that this is health related initially. So it's an impact on human. This is a great one. This company helps people with asthma condition to diagnose better and have a much more refined use of their inhalers. So it's a very simple product that you put on top of the inhaler. It gives you more and more data, much more refined understanding of how you use it, and of course can help you avoid those terrible crises that you can have if you're an asthmatic. And there's many flourishes of examples from one of the earliest sort of attention parameters to ECG, to EKG, posture control. We have insulin drops. All kind of different products are all connected and help the human at a broad level basis. Planet, the second one I want to refer to. There's a lot of changes that have been gone in the world of IoT for helping the planet to be a bit better. Now this is an important one. If you look tightly at this, you'll realize and you'll see that there are more phone coverage than access to water in subcontinent Africa. Let me say that again. They have access to phones more than they have access to water. How's that normal? Well, it's not. So this is one of the key things that has been developed, that have been pushing the world of IoT to say, okay, we need to do something. They have the infrastructure, clearly. They're using phone, but how can we leverage this to make it better for the people to get access to water, right? Very simple. And it's not necessarily a lack of water. It's most likely contaminated water, right? And so how do you help that? Simple, sensors. So tons of examples that we've seen in third and developing countries, like solar power air quality control, smart home sensor network to avoid those early fires that you get, or sensor measuring weather parameters. All those are very simple products that were developed at a fraction of the price, which means that in those regions, they can scale. They can have thousands of units for what used to be extremely and absolutely impossible to do before because extremely expensive. So this is what the world of IoT, the small sensors can do for some, leveraging that technology. You can save villages and lives over there, literally. We invested last year in a company called Internet of Trees, for example, which does that. It's a company from Honduras. I like the name, by the way. I don't know about you, but I love that name. You've seen those fires in 2017, and those are being in the US, obviously, very famously, advertised and all. But there's like millions of fires like this every year, and people don't know about it. So it's one of the simple solutions out there that allows to have a mix of different sensors to prevent and anticipate those fires that can cost lives. Simple, very simple. Data, mix of data and hardware, and allows you to have those fire detected early on. Odyssey Sensor, another one, company that works in the smart agriculture space that helps save a lot of water, a lot of time, and a lot of money for farms that are in Australia, for example. Australian farms are so big, most of the farmers have to take an helicopter to go from one point to the other. There's no question of running around and trying to figure out whether there's a leak in one of their pipes. No, they don't do that. They have to literally fly out. So having those sensors saves tremendous amount of time, money, and effort, right? So again, a very simple technology that can improve the productivity and help in terms of getting better water access. Business, still in business, still have to help the businesses out there, is another category that we've seen tremendously. That's a German company, ProGlove. Any one of you guys have seen that before? It's an industrial glove that allows to capture early sign of problem with a worker on the side of the factory, and also combined with a VR headset, as you can see on the right side, allows you to not only manipulate all kind of data, but also articulate the robotic arms of some of the different sort of elements inside the factory. So security, data capture, as well as remote control. Simple, efficient. those guys as well, Zortec, using the insole to have detection for security reason or safety reason for the posture of the workers in hard conditions. You know, they can fail against a machine. If there's an activity, they get a warning sensor that gets triggered in the supervisor office, for example. They get to see the temperature parameters as well. This, the worker is sick, or you got temperature high level. All kind of different elements that can help, not on a consumer basis, but on a professional basis for workers that really have issues in productivity and how you can improve that. You know, number of steps you do every day, where you go, all kind of different set of data. That's a company we're just investing in this year. First of all, best name in the world, Ragnarok. I don't know if you know that name, but that's a fun one. But also, it's a very simple system that is literally a protective security vest to help people, again, workers on very harsh condition, on boats, on oil rigging platforms and stuff, for a kind of different things. Monitor vital sign, fall detection, positioning and tracking. Also speech-to-text notes. You can speak to your vest and transfer automatically into your phone. When you can imagine, those guys have helmets and gloves and everything. They cannot just take the phone out and start texting, right? So that's the kind of harsh conditions where you need the power of technology to help and transform that. So again, very simple solutions, small sensors that enable very normal things to be done, and also vital use of saving lives. So it's all about impact, and I want just to tell you a bit more about what we do, because that's also, Startup Bootcamp is got a mission on impact. We have now 24 programs around 17 cities and 6 continents. We've grown that for the last 10 years. We launched a few different things. I'm all about IoT and impact, and so we invest in those companies every year. And this was the call that I sent back in January last year, and we've had a tremendous response in all those different segments, right? From the full-on industrial IoT to the impact IoT. And what we've seen is that those are merging now. One doesn't go without the other. Having stupid technologies like the few examples I take at the beginning that does not make any impact or real change for not only societies but humans, technologies and everything is useless. And we don't want to see those, right? And also those technology layers that are supporting that. So you're getting one of those products smarter by leveraging AI, or getting them more secure through the power of blockchain or distributed ledger and stuff like that. We went around the world to pick up those companies. We also see, we talk on average to about 1,500 companies every year. We had more than 300 applying from 51 countries, which was amazing for one program only. And again, top industries. But to close on this, one of the most interesting development that we've seen over the last few years have been, as I said, the power of the sensors adapted to real technology that can change the lives of people. And there's still a lot of challenges ahead, of course. Fragmentation, standardization, issue with the spectrum and the regulatory bodies, all kind of different things that could impact the development of those products. But at the end of the day, I'm a desperate optimist. So I believe in the power of technology and the will of people to make that happen. And so, if you want to have a few keynotes on that, a few key last things, the winning IoT solution that we've seen have an impact. And they do serve most likely today an IoT solution that is on the industrial side, that most likely look at the B2B business, but not necessarily only. I know that those early days of consumer IoT are slowly disappearing to be now becoming some things that are making an impact. So educational-based companies are looking into the consumer basis, but they do have an angle to help kids. So it's not just, again, the Internet of Poo or whatever was the technology at the time. And the second thing is they need to be tailored to solve that last mile problem all the time. So it needs to be robust, cost-effective, low power, which was another thing that is coming as well, and basically scalable. So those are the key success factors that we've seen in the world of the IoT recently. And what I can see is I'm very, as we say in English, I'm bullish about it. I'm very positive. I will see tons and tons of those technologies. And if you are part of that world and you're one entrepreneur that is developing one of those solutions, come and talk to me. I'd love to see what we can do together. Thank you very much.
Okay, guys. Okay, get ready. Okay, brilliant. You're supposed to leave in the other direction, but I'll let you away with it. Okay, everyone on stage, please. Everyone on stage. That's Albert and Pedro and Ernesto and everybody on stage. Okay, we have to get away this in case anyone wants to do PowerPoint, because PowerPoint is always... Yeah, moderator sits there. Otherwise, it's like tennis. You know, you're like your head is going over and back, and that's we're not insured for that kind of thing. So sit anywhere where you like. The camera is there, so the camera will be. If you think you have a better profile on one side of your face, you sit over there. If you think if you think you look brilliant from left or right, then you sit. You know. You laugh, but there are speakers who say, like, I have to be on the left side of the podium because, you know, I'm only beautiful from the left. Okay, we won't have that problem. Okay, fantastic. Okay, so just setting up. Right, there's no presentation. That's great. Okay, Ernest, can you speak into your microphone and let's test the audio?
Hello. Everyone listening to me?
Okay, I think that's working, yeah?
Yeah, it works.
Okay, great, very good.
Great.
Okay, pronto piso?
Hello.
Pronto?
Hello, yeah.
Pronto, okay.
Is Italian.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
1, 2, 3.
Next.
Mine's working too.
Brilliant. Okay, and Adrian?
Does it work? It's okay?
Yeah, great. Okay, very good. Okay, so we just wait for the people to come in and come out. Okay, if you can come in and come out really quickly. It's a sort of tight venue, so we need to get everything done. Okay, and the clock is ready to go. Okay, so this is the second last panel of the evening, and it's all about the digital revolution in the real estate sector. So, big round of applause, please, for Ernest, Adrian, Andres, and Albert. Yay, come on, enthusiasm.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, introducing this fantastic team of real estate experts. So Andres Pla from Pronto Piso, Alex Bosch from Housefly. Albert. I'm sorry because I know him and I used to change his name. And Adrian Niculescu from Faster Capital. And what's the name of the other?
It's a Cloudcoin.
Cloudcoin. All right. So, well, first, guys, I would like just to introduce for a couple of minutes every single of your companies. So perhaps can you, Andres, start?
Thank you, Ernest. Well, I'm Andres Pla. I'm the CEO of Pronto Piso. I've been in real estate since long. I mean, I'm involved since 2002, occupying different positions first of all, in commercial real estate, World Trade Center, and also General Electric Capital. Then I moved, I created my first PropTech in 2012. I have been also real estate manager for different development companies, and also I've been in the realtor sector since 2014 with Engel Folkers and also Century 21. Pronto Piso. What is Pronto Piso? What we do different in this exciting world of PropTech. Well, Pronto Piso is an online realtor and an online real estate agency with a unique proposition. We give home sellers a guaranteed price in 90 days. That means that if we are not able to sell the property we are brokeraging in 90 days, we advance the value of the property to the owner without cost, without interest, in 90 days. So they are able to change, to look for the property that they are aiming, and they can move on, chain free to the next property that they are looking for.
Albert.
Alex. How many of you have seen a dinosaur recently in Madrid in the buses? Only one? Only two? Wow.
All right.
What a waste of money.
I think those are very supportive, actually.
Sure? You haven't seen any dinosaur in a bus? Okay. So sad. I'm Albert Bosch, the founder of Housefly. In Housefly, what we are doing is that it's not necessary to pay a commission to sell your house. It's not necessary to hire a estate agent to buy your house. We have created a platform that helps you, that helps the homeowner to sell their house directly without paying commission, without paying huge commissions, in 70 days, better than in 90.
we give the guaranteed price.
Yeah, we are
give
not.
the guaranteed amount.
And also in a very safe environment. So we start the business like 1 year and a half ago, and we are quite happy. We're quite happy about the traction of the business.
Right. So what about you? Explain us a little bit.
Hello, my name is Adrian Niculescu. As a speaker, is a big challenge to speak to such a wide audience, so I will do my best to do back and forth. I live in Bucharest, Romania, and in London, in UK, and I've been an entrepreneur since the last year of faculty. And in the last 10 years, I sold properties as a real estate agent or real estate broker, if you say like that. Starting July 2014, I started to be involved in Faster Capital, which is a Dubai-based accelerator and incubator of company. I'm a Gemini, so I have to be involved in more than one thing. We are dual type of personalities. And since March 2017, I started to be involved. We are in the startup things. I started to be involved in Cloudcoin. Cloudcoin is a digital currency which is based on radar, a system which is much better than blockchain. And I would like to use this introduction to make you aware of one of the biggest trends now, which is the tokenization of real estate assets. And today, just 2 minutes, I will, because I don't want, I could speak,
22 more,
I
so
could
don't
speak
worry.
for days. So,
If you start the fight, I'm going to put an end.
yeah,
on
yeah,
that.
just 2 minutes to
carry
finish
on.
the introduction. Today was published an article about a development of $30 million in United States, which was tokenized. Basically, when you buy a property, if you want to sell it tomorrow, in theory, it's not possible, right? If you crowdfund the property, if you put $1,000 in a fund for properties, and if you want to sell tomorrow that share of $1,000, it's possible not to be liquid. But if that property has an equivalent in tokens on blockchain, radar, or somewhere else, and you are able to sell those tokens on an exchange, you are able that $1,000 or a share of the property to transform into money immediately, which is a huge benefit. And look at this trend, tokenization of real estate assets, because it will be huge.
Well, that's very interesting. But all of you guys, you're working on the, let's call it the first layer of the real estate digitalization process. So how do you see, because it's a very classical market, it has been, you know, a market for very conservative investors, for individuals that they've used to transact with those assets, but the PropTech, or what we call, you know, the digitalization of this sector, there is there's lots more to come. So how do you see this market will evolve? Do you think this is the only layer possible to digitalize right now? Because we're talking about stones, actually. And do you think those stones around can create some sort of ecosystem, and you can contribute, and your own companies can grow as well along with that?
Look,
Go ahead.
Okay.
Sure.
The last disruption in the business, in the real estate business, was about 20 years ago with Idealista, Fotocasa, and so on. Then we've been like 20 years that the innovation was a little bit poor, no? Let's say like this. Maybe because the real estate industry was in a big crisis, so nobody wanted to know anything about. And so now, let's say 2, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, this is something that PropTech, you know, everybody starts talking about PropTech. In 2012, nobody was investing in PropTech. But in 2016, I think the total investment in PropTech in the world was 2,000 million euros. So it's something that now it's just starting. Let's say like this. It's starting. There is a lot of chup, no, in this PropTech thing. Now where we are is just in the beginning, from my point of view. There are a lot of options. Everybody every day is creating a different option in PropTech. So after 5 years, in 5 years, we're going to know what is really PropTech. No? And my vision in terms of PropTech, in terms of the way of buying and selling houses. I think in the future, and this is the future that I think, is that it's about reducing the friction that you have when selling a house. It's plenty of friction. And if you go to my vision is that at the end, we're going to sell and buy houses like people is selling and buying books in Amazon. We'll see.
No, that's one of a very interesting business model, which is yours, and I think from the Andres, what Pronto Piso does is.
I agree with what Albert said. Look, the realtors, like he mentioned, that Idealista or I don't know, Rightmove, Zillow, or any other real estate portal were they're the big successes in the PropTech market. Realtors didn't want to digitalize because they think that by sharing information, by giving more transparency, they lose relevance in this market. I mean, valuating a property was like a black box. I mean, even in famous realtors, international brands with franchises everywhere, what they do is like a black box. I mean, it's like the expert is the one that gives the value of the property and nobody else. And nobody else has the data. Then landowners, developers didn't invest too much in technology. Why? Because they were more focused on acquisition and asset management. Technology was like, okay, something that we don't want to invest on that. I see more or less, well, I would say quite the same exactly as Albert. Sorry for why. The way of transaction of real estate transaction is going to change in the future. The way we approach the viewings, the ways we approach the visits, the getting the information, even the way that we approach real estate agents is going to change. I mean, some companies are starting to work with bots because they can be better even than a person in providing the information. They can learn from you. They are going to give you a better choice, a better selection of properties. Transaction is going to be smoother. I mean, contracts in the cloud, contract even with blockchain. I mean, secure. I mean, and things will going to be more smooth. No paper, no writing signature. I mean, the money is going to be transferred. No reservations, no amounts that are lost. I mean, I don't want to say that all the industry is the same, but I think everybody has heard about traditional real estate agents that keep the reserves or they make scams with the money.
They are not transparent at all.
So this is, I have the same opinion. Trust me, it is going to change. It's going to be smoother, transparent, and it's going to be better for everybody.
Well, that's very, very interesting because, in fact, you're fixing prices at some point, so you're facilitating. You disintermediating the market, just making the transaction more flexible. And Adrian, what about the tokenization? So is this for the end customer as well? Because we're talking about your business, guys. This layer of the PropTech is more focusing on the. You're not going to work with corporations actually, right? Or eventually, but in that case, well, we will get back to this topic. But
to answer that, I would like to provoke the thinking a little bit. A social media share is always less powerful than a phone call, and a phone call is always less powerful than a meeting, right? Face-to-face meeting. And the real estate will always be like a contact type of sport. What happens now and will happen, for example, in Dubai wants to move all the administration on blockchain in 2 years, including the land registry. And you will see other countries putting the land registries on blockchain and on other technologies. Have you seen the movie The Founder about McDonald's?
Yeah.
Which is the business of McDonald's? Is real estate. Which is the business of IKEA? No matter how many Facebooks will appear, everybody will work in some type of building. But this is changing. Have you heard about WeWork? WeWork in London, WeWork became the biggest renter of office in real estate, which is huge. And some governments, like in European Union, Estonia has the most digitalized administration. They will move all the databases. Also the databases, the real estate guys don't want to share one with each other. Even in franchises where the cooperation between agents is like a rule of the trade. So the governments will move those registries on the new technologies, and things will change. Also, the way we purchase properties will also change. The way we make contracts, because on blockchain and on other technologies, when you make the contract, usually the payment is also done in one move. But of course, we are just at the beginning of this. The end customer will have a decision to adapt to this trend or not, because we are in the era of smartphones. If you want to resist on using a phone used 10 years ago, everybody will make fun of you, right? So you don't have any choice. As a human being and in knowledge, you are either growing or dying. There is no something in between. So first, I believe companies working in blockchain, radar, and other technologies, like the prop tech companies, they will lead the trend. And also the governments, as is the case with Dubai. And the state companies, which are very powerful. This is, in Romania, this is the problem, for example, because the state companies, sometimes the people managing them, and this is a cruel reality, are not focused on developing the country, are focused on the commissions they take from whatever type of outcome will appear, which is pretty bad. And if you go in Dubai, I'm using Dubai as an example because I believe it's the most progressive place. They show you the guts in everything they do, the state companies. This is very important.
Yeah, but from my perspective, and I agree with all of you guys, but don't you think this has been a business that the companies or the big corporations used to be the key players in the market? Well, as Albert was mentioning, 20 years ago, Idealista, those kinds of marketplaces where you can just post your house and make it quicker, or having a single access to publish a big stock of real estate, it produces a difference. But right now, what is happening is that you touching maybe some bones of someone that he used to move those stones in a different way. Of course, if we're talking about small real estate agencies, but I'm not talking just about governments. I'm talking about the corporations, the ones that they are big, that they are building, they are selling, they are renting. So there is recently, or suddenly appears a guy like WeWork and takes 20 times more per square meter than they used to take. So how this is affecting, and how do you think this, you're going to collaborate at some point, or you're going to compete with them? So how do you see the disruption in this way?
Well, I believe that in some cases there will be collaboration, in others there will be competition. I mean, look, for example, the international brokers, the ones in commercial real estate, Richard Ellis, John Frank LaSalle, Cushman and Wakefield, they look like they are all in PropTech. I mean, they do not see technology as something that, okay, is nice to have. They are betting on it, and they are starting their own PropTech companies. They are supporting their own venture builders. So they are serious on that. Why? Because, for example, the companies like WeWork. How come some company like Richard Ellis, John Frank LaSalle, or even Heinz, the international developer, or I don't know, even Blackstone couldn't. They weren't aware that there could be some kind of space that could be more suitable for the companies of the future. I mean, they had all the information and they couldn't see it. I mean, now they see that the PropTech is real. I mean, maybe in the realtors, in the small realtors, sector is very automized. I mean, relies a lot in people, so they don't see the digital menace as. But the bigger ones, they see it, and I think that they are embracing it. The small ones, I mean, the small real estate agencies, they will have to embrace it the same, because if not, they will die. I mean, in some years, for example, in Spain, there are 40,000 real estate agencies. I mean, it's not sustainable. It's not something that is going to last forever if they do not change.
So we're facing a threat to those small agents, but what about the big ones? So do you think they can revamp themselves a little bit, or they would like to collaborate with you? That's
just one point. If we go to the travel sector, it happened exactly the same.
Yeah.
Before, like 20 years ago, in each and every corner there were a travel agency. Hundreds of travel agencies. Now there is maybe Barcelona and another one. No? Why? Because there is Dreams, there is Booking.com, and you can do everything online. So it's completely disintermediated industry. And in here, probably, depending on where you are, if it's the commercial real estate, I think that it's going to happen something like this. That the small realtor has no, from my point of view, has no opportunity to compete, because he needs a lot of money in order to invest and to digitalize the industry and so on. So my view is that in 10 years, the small realtors are going to disappear, for sure. I feel bad.
They can work with you at some point? I mean,
so
when
they can work as an employee, for sure.
Well, okay. It's a very aggressive one, but this is like the taxis and the Ubers and Cabifys, etc.
No, because in here there is a point, which is a little bit different. In Uber and so on, there is a regulation, and in here it's like I like more the travel industry. No? I think that we are more close to that.
Yeah.
And in here, the difference, I think, from my point of view, is that the mainstream houses are going to go for a model like us, but then there are going to be niche markets. No? For example,
like the travel agencies.
Like the travel agencies for a wedding, maybe. No, you go to a travel agency, or travel agencies are specialized for businesses and so on. No, there are going to be some niche, and I think that these are the ones that are going to survive, and they're going to make a lot of money.
No? So, Adrian, do you think that in your case that you're talking more about the government side? We're fully aware that blockchain can help on reducing paperwork and increasing and improving the way we register our houses, etc. So it'll be notaries, it'll be agencies, lawyers, etc. that they will struggle with that as well. So you at some point, this is going to disrupt as well by facilitating the process of acquiring a property. Why the corporations, or do you think the big corporations, they are approaching you and are you seeing that they want to introduce blockchain in their own thesis, or they're just far away from that?
The big companies have two choices. One of them is to start the disruption themselves, and the other way is to wait for somebody to disrupt them. If you look at banks, many banks say, we don't want to deal with crypto, we close accounts for people receiving money from exchanges, but the same companies are filing 20 patents for blockchain things. So they say something, but they are doing something else. So when you come to an event like this, I believe you want to hear things which are not known by all the other people, right? Because in the real world, 2% of the people own 98% of the money, properties, and businesses. So you have a chance to be in this 2%. So Nobody is safe because to be number one in the market and to stay quiet, not to embrace the new technologies. Look at Nokia. I saw yesterday in a presentation, Nokia in 2003 or 7 was the number one mobile company, and now, of course, they have something, but
and there was a portrait of the Time magazine that said, "Who can beat Nokia?"
Yes, exactly. So in everything you are doing, if you are a corporation or a startup, because social media, for example, and all the technologies allow you, anybody, to compress decades in years and years in months. The stage in a market of a product, of an idea, which was 5 years, now is 3 months.
Yeah.
Look at every few months there's a new iPhone, right? So you need to be proactive to learn. Even if you are a huge corporation, and corporations, what they are doing, they are creating a cluster in the corporation, like a startup incubator or a startup accelerator. And through that division, they are buying what's the new thing. What Facebook is doing, for example, and it's very, Facebook organized this week a financial summit in London and invited many fintech companies. Why? Because they want either to launch a cryptocurrency, or because they have the network, or to buy somebody. And what they are doing, why they bought Instagram? Because what happened with MySpace a few years ago? They were number one. Appeared Facebook, and MySpace is like a ghost town. And they are buying everything which can be the next big thing. This is the way corporations are doing.
Of course, I fully agree that there is barriers and there is changes in the corporation world. Look at Kodak, look at Nokia, but those companies, for instance, Nokia, they started doing tires, right? Or not telephones.
Something like this.
Yeah, something like this. I'm not sure about that, but look, where do you see yourselves as entrepreneurs? I mean, from your own business model's perspective, how is it going to, what is going to be the next thing that you can use leveraging on your own platform?
Look, in my opinion, and to sum up
Just
and
to
be
summarize,
very,
because
very,
we have a
very
couple
quick,
of minutes.
very quick.
All right.
Look, the digital revolution maybe is the only revolution or the only technology revolution that we have as humans be experimented, where the first ones to be adopting the technology are the people, not the companies. I mean, industrial revolution, cars, whatever. I mean, the companies were the first, and then people were the ones receiving the benefits. Now it's different. I mean, it's people, everybody with a mobile phone. I mean, it's digital, and then it's the companies that go behind and say, okay, what can we do with this digital, with everybody digital? What can we do? Now, I mean, what I see is that being digitals, we are able to provide something which creates value for the digital people. I mean, the way that I think that it's the way that Pronto Piso does. Albert is going to say the same. Probably Adrian, because we go digital and we provide a solution right now that is clear-cut for them. I mean, this is something that the companies, if they wait for that, they are not able to provide. I mean, they have to go now to look what the people need and provide the solution, and that's what we do. And this is, in the future years, what I look for.
Yeah, well, for me the future it's quite complicated because if you go in 10 years, people is going to have, I don't know, 20 or 30 jobs in their career, so it's a lot. They are going to live in different countries. The cars probably will not exist as we know today. No? There are going to be automated cars. And these things are going to affect a lot in where you live and how you live. So it's quite complicated to know. So for me, the way is the one that reduces friction in selling or renting and so on is the one that is going to win.
All right. Well,
I'm doing something very simple. I try to be as creative as possible to be not to be replaced by a robot, no matter what. This
That's
is what
good.
I'm doing.
We're running out of time. Well, thank you very much for your contributions. I think it has been very insightful, so big applause for these guys. And, thank you. There is any question, quick ones, because...
For Andres.
No, you are in the middle.
No.
No, es que he was looking at me.
Asking if he's planning to work on blockchain.
Yeah. I'm not, but as he was saying, part of the blockchain has to come from the governments.
And it maybe,
for example,
sorry, maybe blockchain will become a fad, will be replaced by something else.
Yeah,
who knows?
probably.
Maybe blockchain will remain MySpace. In my case, you can write to me or email me. You can find me on social media.
For example,
I answer to anybody.
notaries. I would love to replace notaries because this reduces the friction. There is a lot of friction in notaries. Why do I have to go to an office to sign a contract? This is like from the 18th century, but it's something that I cannot change. It depends from rules from the government. So it's the government that has to do the movement, and I will go for sure.
Sorry, guys.
To deregulate.
I have to interrupt. There is just one last question because someone is going to kill me at some point. But go ahead, please.
Do you see yourselves as real estate professionals working together and collaborating to make the market more transparent and more reliable, not just for the customers, but for you as real estate professionals? Because the market is notorious for the intermediaries being left out. And when your work is done, maybe not always you get paid. So do you see you guys coming together and working for some digital solution to make that happen in the future?
When this is business, when you create a category, when you create a market, which is new, that people start to, what the hell is this? No? Your competitors, they have to be your partners. So I want Andres to be as much professional as possible, because if he's not professional, he's killing me.
PropTech is crap.
Then in 10 years, I will go. I will love to kill Andres in 10 years, but now it's my best friend.
Well,
good situation. I mean, if that happens,
that's a good situation.
Yeah.
But now we have to create this category, and people has to say that, oh, this PropTech is cool. I love, and I don't want to use the traditional thing. I want to go to PropTech and so on. Because if we don't do that, we are killing each other.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. Guys, congratulations.
Okay, guys, let's go. Let's go. Okay. If an unfortunate accident happens to you later today, it's got nothing to do with me. Okay, no pasa nada. Okay, chicos, hay que quitar. Can you go exit that way, please? Whoops. Oh, sorry. Okay, you need to go that way. Okay, if you can come down, if you can sit there as the moderator, because otherwise you have what's known as tennis. It gets like tennis. Okay, you can sit anywhere where you like.
Buscamos un día, luego nos intercambiamos datos y quedamos un día
Okay.
y me cuentas la historia más tranquilamente. Tú te interesa que me cuentes cómo fue la experiencia.
Can you move away and go over there, because we need to get the last panel going. Jose, cuando quieres. Francois, okay. Muy respetuoso. Okay, so we always start with the microphone test. Oriel, speak into microphone.
Hello, Oriel.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay, great.
Testing.
Okay, Ander, microphone.
Hello.
Perfect, very good. Microphone.
Hello. Can you hear me?
No.
Hello.
I can
Yes.
come in the morning if you want.
Can you hear me?
Not great.
No. ¿Sí? Hello.
No, yo ya tengo.
Yes.
Hombre, ¿qué tal?
¿Me oyes? ¿Se me oye?
Yeah, here we go. That's better.
Okay.
Francois.
Hi, Joe. No. Do you hear me?
No.
No.
More.
Louder.
Yes, better. Okay, very good. Finally, Jose, speak.
Testing.
Right, first time. Cool as a breeze. Okay. Brilliant. Okay, fantastic. So I have a piece of fantastic news for all of you that through the very clever suggestion from our esteemed moderator here, Ariel, he suggested that because we had such a wonderful panel, and indeed we do have a wonderful panel, people who have not only raised a great amount of money, but also sold companies. So it's a really interesting, this is more of what Spain needs. So on this basis, Ariel suggested, well, we have all these people together, we should extend the session. So we're actually going to extend the session by 10 minutes and talk about 40 minutes. So big cheer for the panelists for agreeing to do that. Big cheer for everyone. Okay, fantastic. Okay, no, it's a big deal. So all the microphones are working. So I'm just going to step away. So Ariel, take it away.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, so guys, I'm super excited. Actually, this is probably one of the last panels of South Summit. And as always, I mean, you should be thinking about the exit and about liquidity for your companies. Just before I present the panel, who of here is an entrepreneur? Entrepreneurs? Okay. Investors? Okay. Corporates? Okay. People that were bored and came over to spend some time? Okay, excellent, no problem. So listen, guys, my name is Oriol Juncosa. I run a small large seed fund called Encomendas from Smart Capital, okay? And I'm very pleased to run this panel. And we will have this panel with, starting here from my left, we'll have Andre Michelena, former CEO and co-founder of TicketBiz and partner at All Iron. TicketBiz is an online marketplace where users can buy and sell tickets. And the company was acquired by StubHub for 165 million euro in 2016. Then we have Gonzalo Ortiz, co-founder of Mitula and partner at Onza Capital. Mitula is an online classifieds portal. They did an IPO with a market cap of 150 million Australian dollars because they went to Australia to the IPO. That's at the other side of the world in 2015. And they were acquired, so double exit, okay, in May 2018 by a Japanese group for 187 million Australian dollars. Then we have François Derbe. He was CEO and co-founder of Top Rural. Top Rural was a top site for renting rural accommodation in Spain, and it was acquired by HomeAway in 2012. And finally, we have José del Barrio, okay, former CEO and co-founder of La Nevera Roja and CEO now of Samaipara and ABC. And La Nevera Roja was an online food ordering platform, and it was acquired in 2015 for 80 million by Food Panda. So effectively, we have people here that have first been entrepreneurs, and now most of them are also investors, okay, which is very good, so they do it full cycle, okay? So we'll try to make a few questions at the back end of the panel, but we will start now by, I want to understand a bit more about their companies, about how was the journey like since the inception to the time in which they sold. So please, guys, if you can tell us a bit more about, hey, how many years did it take you to go from start to exit? Okay, how many employees did you have when you sold the company? Okay, in how many countries you were operating? Okay, and how much funding you had raised? Okay, so it's years, employees, countries, and funding. Just so that people understand what it takes to be successful around here.
Okay, so TicketBiz was founded in 2009 until we sold it in 2016, so 7 years. Employees, we finished with 400 employees and selling in 40-something countries with 14 offices around the world and over 400 employees.
Excellent. And how much funding did it take?
14 million euros total, 1-4.
Excellent.
Okay, Mitula Group was founded in 2009 as well. It took us 6 years until the IPO. We had by that time around 50 employees. We had a global footprint in 45 countries and offices maybe in 3. No fund.
No funding.
Self-funding.
Self-funded. That's interesting.
Yeah.
For the entrepreneurs.
Yes, sir.
Please, Francois.
We founded Top Rural in the year 2000, sold it in 2012. So it took us 12 years to exit. 50 people working by the time of exit, 12 countries, but all operated from Madrid. So only one office in Madrid operating different countries. Although we had 12 countries, 90% of the business was still in Spain, so it was mostly a Spanish company. And we invested in total 50,000 euros in the year 2000. So it was mostly bootstrap and a little bit of own savings, previous savings, and friends, fools, and family.
Excellent. Jose, please.
And
So it was first years, employees, countries, and funding.
okay, so we founded La Nevera Roja at the end of 2011. It took us 40 months since launch until exit.
40.
40 months. We were 60 employees. We were just operating in Spain. We were about to launch Italy when we were acquired, the second country. The other question was?
And then it was how much funding had you raised?
10 million.
10 million. Excellent. So that's, you can see here that there's a wide array. I mean, from Jose was certainly the fastest, okay? And Francois, it took it some time for you, okay? And then from bootstrapped actually to, requiring 14 million, okay? So there's a wide array of examples that you can tell about it. So what was, when you guys were building your companies, okay, what were you convinced that would be sort of your key value drivers? Okay, in the sense that, hey, what were you as CEOs of the company thinking, hey, my company will be valued because A, B, and C, so I need to get my organization building and creating along those lines?
So in our case, TicketBit was created by copycatting an American company. It was called StubHub. So we use copycat the model, so a marketplace where you can buy and sell tickets. And for us from the beginning, it was very clear that one of the biggest potential buyers was them. So what we did is the strategy was to launch in countries where they were not present. And it worked. When they look away of the US, start coming into Europe, they see, and we were everywhere. So we already done the job that they wanted to do. So for them, it was, okay, it's much easier to buy you than to fight against you in every single country. So they bought us. But we have that very clear from moment zero. We needed to go international very quickly and had that global footprint.
In our case, we really need to grow fast because it's a company based on traffic. And traffic gets complicated as the time passes by. So we first focus on content and get type of different languages inside the same technology. So it would be technology, content, and then organic positioning through different countries. So it was not about people or not even about investing money, but being fast in launching lots of countries.
When we first negotiated with TripAdvisor, a potential sale in the year 2011, and then we sold to HomeAway 1 year later. We did it wrong, I think, because I thought that I would sell a company for an EBITDA multiple, so a multiple of the profit. And I had been maximizing the profit for a couple of years. So we had a 4.5 million revenue company and more than 2 million EBITDA. And it was wrong because the buyer was mostly valuing the revenue and revenue growth. So basically, to optimize the profit was not a good strategy to get a higher selling price.
But the question was more about when you were building your company, okay, what were the value drivers that you saw? Not so much thinking of the exit, but thinking about, hey, building a big company. So you guys was more sort of going international? How would you define the way in which you were actually building value, building your company?
The value in our case is probably the same as TicketBiz or even yours, is that we were a marketplace. So the value of the marketplace is to build a strong supply, strong demand, and to be the leading player on the market. So in Spain, Top Rural had a market share of above 50%, and I think the value of the company was really in the marketplace and in the market share, leading market share. Yeah.
How about your case?
Yeah. In our case, so we launched in Spain. Was at that time like a 1.5 billion market for food delivery. The online penetration was so low, like I don't remember well, but it was like 2%. So it was a new channel, a new market to be created by us. There was a lot of competition from startups, well, both from startups and also, well, another big startup called Just Eat. Now it's a 5 or 6 billion euro company. So what we have super clear from day one is we needed to be the clear leader if we wanted to have a nice valuation multiple, or to create value, we needed to be the leader. So we had super clear that it was a winner takes it all market, and we optimized for growth and for gaining market share and probably doing some crazy things, to be honest. Because we were completely sure that the third and...
You can tell us crazy things, don't worry.
Well, it was mostly financial aggressivity. So when you invest in acquiring users, the aggressivity is measured in how much time it takes you to recover your customer acquisition cost. And that's an arbitrary decision that you take. When you have a super clear vision, long-term vision, you are able to do some crazy things in terms of LTV CAC, that ratio I mentioned. When you are just thinking short-term, you are much more worried about what is happening today. So what we did from the very beginning, so we had Sindelantal, we had Just Eat, we had like many food delivery companies, and we needed to be the leader, and we were like 1.5 years, 2 years behind at the beginning, and 40 months later, we were the clear leader, clear top of mind, and that was what we were looking for from the very beginning, and it was very interesting that at the exact moment our competitors knew that we were the leaders, they came to us, they needed to buy us because they just IPO like 3 months before, and it was super bad news for them that they were losing a relevant market for them. So it was, well, we were lucky to see from the very beginning the main value driver of the business, we think.
What some people say is that, hey, you need to build your company for growth, for value, for long-term vision. It's not a great idea to build your company for, hey, I think that this is going to be my buyer, or I have 2 buyers here. But Anders, certainly you from the beginning thought about sort of the other side. So what do you guys think about it? So should you optimize for a buyer, okay? Or should you actually think, hey, I don't care about the buyers. I want to build what I want to build. I want to build long-lasting value, and then someone will buy me.
So I think it's a combination. So nobody's gonna buy you. You don't buy something that is worth it, that is long-term value. So if not, it's impossible that anybody's buy you. So you need to build a company. That's the first thing you need to build. Company that makes sense, that at some point is gonna be profitable, etc. That said, I don't think it's a bad thing to think from the beginning who is gonna be your buyer, and it's not gonna drive all your decisions. But you have your potential buyers. You know, okay, if I need to enter country A or country B, maybe it's better that I enter country A. Same things stand, because maybe that guy is going to prefer me to do that, for example. Just have it on top of mind, not driving the decision, but at least to have it into account when over the life of the company. I think it's not a bad thing.
So basically, you would say from the start, you need to know what's your buyer universe somehow.
Exactly. Know your buyer universe, know what they're going to value. So, for example, Francois was saying that in his case, he was drive more because of revenue. So probably, if he knew that before, he will optimize it completely different, right? So have that in mind. What they're looking for? What the potential buyers are looking for? But then, of course, concentrate on building the company, and then that buyer will come. If you do things right, that buyer from one of those will come at the end.
I agree. I think you have to focus on deliver a good product, and it depends of if you work to the B2C or B2B universe is more into how to proceed with the product. In case of having a good user experience, it's probably what the B2C businesses look more, and being really disruptive in, I don't know, maybe the traditional industrial sectors. You know, if you are able to be diversified in sectors where the big players are not still being digitalized, then you're going to have a lot of potential buyers just from the industrial players. If you are really into the online new business models, then you probably have to think about competitors or bigger players worldwide. And I agree about the global footprint. You have to lead somehow kind of a country or region for being interesting to be acquired. It's quite unusual to buy something that is not leading the business somehow. So I think leading part of the business in one specific region is crucial. Being really good in user experience, on having a really good product, and having an approach on an industrial player. That's probably what it helps you in terms of buying. But I don't think you have to really think about how to manage your company to buy it or to sell it.
In your case, effectively, you went through the IPO route, so your company could have been sort of here in 2100. I mean, for 100 years, let me put it like that.
Yes. Well, if you think about it, whenever you get one specific site, the buyers are still. You have a big universe of buyers, but if you keep growing and growing and growing your company, the buyers are going to get in smaller amounts, because big companies don't like to buy big things, really big things. So what we decided is that instead of trying to sell the company, which was quite difficult because of the size of the company, we decided to try to make our own marketplace. It's to create your own market and to put it outside for the people to invest on it.
So, I mean, this is a bit controversial. I mean, do you agree with that in the sense that, I mean, smaller companies are easier to buy and sell? So let me just speak on that. I mean, so because there's a tension here, no? I mean, smaller companies, maybe there's more liquidity. Bigger companies are sort of not as easy to sell. So should we settle for smaller companies?
Well, it depends on what you want to do. We never thought about really selling the company and not being there. What at the end happens this year, by the way, but not in the early times. I think whenever your company is jumping from 50 billion valuation to 100 billion valuation to 150 billion valuation, your potential buyers are getting smaller. And you just have to realize that if you want to exit. In the other side, in our case, the company was really profitable, and we didn't care about not really selling it, because every year we were paying dividends and we were happy about the results. So it's a combination of the amount of years you dedicate, the effort, the effort level that you have put into it. If you are one entrepreneur of three, which is always different, and it can help you in the way. I mean, I don't know. I think it's good to think about when to sell the company, but it's not good to think just trying to reach that goal.
What's your take on Francois, on sort of size, how to think about, I mean, whether to optimize your company for a sale?
I think bigger is better because you sell mostly leadership, local leadership. I totally agree that it's much better to be the clear leader in Spain than to be average on different countries. I think that it's better to sell early than too late. I know many people regretting not to having sold their company, and I don't know anybody regretting to have sold it. Basically, so in Top Royal, for instance, we could have sold in the year 2007 after 7 years, more or less at the same price than we sold in 2012. So 5 years later, more or less the same price. When you're growing fast, you sell a much higher multiple. When you grow slow, you sell at a lower multiple. But on another hand, I think you shouldn't develop a company to sell it. I think the objective of the company, short-term, mid-term, and long-term, is to satisfy the customer, and that the sale of the company is going to come after. So if you get the satisfied customer, repeating customer, increasing their spending with you customers, then you will have a good exit. But if you think too early about the exit, then maybe you won't take care of enough of the customer. I think the same for the rounds, capital increase and potential exits. It shouldn't distract you from the customer satisfaction.
So, guys, in your case, who, if it was not you, realized that probably it was the time that you guys sort of sold the company or realized some liquidity on the company, and how was that realization? I mean, the sense that you guys have, the company was your child, no? I mean, somehow, and sort of letting your child go, thinking that, hey, maybe in 6 months I will let my child go. I mean, it's tough, no? So how did you realize that was the moment, or maybe you were just tired of keep sort of pushing? I mean, any sense for the guys that are, for the audience?
Yeah. Well, quick note on the whether or not building a company just for the sake of selling it, like optimizing for selling it. Super quick comment on this. I do think for the ecosystem and overall, I don't see it like very healthy to start building companies and just start optimizing for exit from day one. I think it's basically not healthy, and I think you need to optimize for long-term value creation. And obviously, then you need to take care of get liquidity to your investor, etc. But long-term value creation, I think, should be the motivation when you start a business. So to your next question, I think it mostly depends on your cap table, so your capital structure. Sometimes it's your sole decision, sometimes it's not. I think that's important. When you have investors, they have their own investment cycle, typically 5 to 6 years. So that's something that you need to take into consideration, and it's fair, and I think it's healthy that you create those liquidity events to follow that. If you finance the company through VC or whatever, but in our specific case, it was so very natural. So they came to us, they offer a certain amount of money. A few weeks later, they offer much more money. So at the end of the day, we had a very relevant stake in the company, but we weren't the only owners, sole owners. So on the one hand, it was the capital structure, and on the other hand was the timing in the market. So it's very important to understand when the liquidity in the market, liquidity events are created in its market. In our case, there were 2 IPOs at that. 3 IPOs in a period of 6 months, and when there are IPOs, there are cash available, and also there is a need for those guys to keep telling, to keep increasing or taking care of the value of the stock. So they really need to tell things to analysts and to stakeholders. So they need to buy stuff, buy companies, so grow inorganically. So in our case, there was a clear timing. It was a winner-take-it-all market, super fragmented, with 3 IPOs in a period of 12 months. So it was the perfect storm for a buyout or for the exit.
So in your case, you had 3 guys knocking at your door.
Well, 5.
5 guys. Wow, that's great.
So in our case, it was maybe a no-brainer. So we didn't have much alternatives, but I'm sure there are a lot of different scenarios.
And Francois, in your case, it was more a thing of, hey, wanting to close a personal endeavor, or sort of there was also momentum in the market?
I think the right moment to sell is when the company is more valuable for the buyer than for the seller. After 12 years...
That's a tagline, eh? That's a tagline.
If you think your company is worth much more than the seller is thinking, keep it and grow it, make it worth more, and then sell it later. With Top Rail, actually, I was quite willing to sell. We didn't have many potential buyers, so we couldn't have such a good negotiation power as Jose did in La Nevera Roja. But my next, when I started Top Rail with 25 years old, I was quite sure that I would sell it. I would want to sell it at some point. I'm not sure to sell it, but I was sure I didn't want to retire with 67 years on the same company, from 25 to 67. So yes, I thought we will sell it at some point, and I think we should have sold it earlier. With my next company, Indexa Capital, I think I'm much more into the long term because it's a slow-growing business. It's a very long-term business, and I'm very convinced that in 10 years it will be worth way more than it would be offered today. So I think we're creating constant value, and then every year it will be worth much more. And I know more about this worth than the potential buyers. So I don't think we will sell it, because I think we're just going to grow it long term, and maybe sell it in the very long term. It's more about the buyers. When the buyer is there, then it's a good moment to sell. Yeah.
And in your case, Gonzalo, I mean, you had already done sort of a partial sale of the company. Okay, certainly you had liquidity, and at some point in time, and you had probably sort of a prospect of owning the company for the next decades, no? I mean, what moved you to sort of think about, hey, selling again 100%, but now 100% of your company?
This case is, it's a combination of both. In one hand is because it's a really big merge. We are merging with our main competitor, which is a Japanese company that has it's kind of a brand that is called Trovit, and that does the same thing that Mitula does. And together, we will have a unique platform of almost 200 million users per month, and probably around more than 600 million ads updated every day. So it's a huge monster, and it's something that is attractive as a businessman to lead with. And yes, and probably it's a combination of being here for 11 years already and managing a company from Madrid in Australia, worldwide. So any kind of help that will came in our side to put a bit of relax in that part, it's really welcome. We are three founders that we've been working together for many, many years, but at the end, time passed by, and you can notice that you are not as young as you used to be and as strong. So yes, maybe it's looking at something that it will become really big the day after we merge, and that's really something it's attractive for us.
How many of you here is thinking about selling their companies? Okay, how many of you here? One over there. So, how many of you here is thinking about their next stage, about sort of a big round, taking the company on an international level? The entrepreneurs. Okay, that's good. So, imagine that you have invested in one of those guys that are thinking about sort of the next stage, but they have actually already done sort of a funding round. Business is going great, but the entrepreneur comes to you, and now actually you are investors, all of you, the four of you, and they tell you, listen, I know that our last round was at 20 million post. Okay, now I'm being offered, and you put significant amount of money there. Now I'm being offered 40 million. For me, it's a big amount of money. I own 60% of this company. I know it has great potential, but gee, I mean, I can buy myself and my sons and my grandsons many things with that. And you are investors there. You invested in the 20 million. You see that this company could be 200 million. What are you going to do with them? What could you tell them?
So,
what would you tell them?
So I will tell what they told me.
Okay,
so
tell me.
For example, for us, the company was growing over 100% every year. We're selling already more than 100 millions when we sold the company.
Fantastic company.
No, fantastic company. So why the hell? Exactly, that was exactly the question. So why do you sell? And we have a conversation with one of the investors, and the investor, Jose Marin, is a great. He has been named last. His partner has been named last month the best business angel in the world by Forbes. So really cool guy. He knows his stuff very well, and he was telling us that what you need to do is, if I would be in your shoes and I would be not my first exit, but my second exit, and I have a financial comfort, I will not stay by any means. You guys need to continue, etc. But I put in your shoes. You have risked it all. You have invested in the company. You don't have anything else. I will totally understand if you guys sell. I will totally understand. It's a life-changing event for you guys. After that, you can do other things. So I will back you up. Whatever you decide, I'm totally with you guys. go ahead if you want to.
You think, gee, I only make 2x as an investment, I could be making 10x.
Yeah, at the end, is for me, it's very clear. It's the entrepreneur who needs to make a decision. It's very different for me now, as I already make my first exit. If I ever do another company, it will be totally different. I would have never sell. I will have continue and try to build a much bigger company. And that's why one of the reasons I think there hasn't been too many big exits in Spain, because there hasn't been too many second-time entrepreneurs with already an exit. Yeah, sorry about that. Okay.
What would you tell them to one of your investments if they come back to you with that?
I think if you already have venture capital inside your company, you have already a kind of a industrial or institutional shareholder, you're going to have to talk to them, because if they did right, they're probably going to have the right of proceeding with that sell down or not. So it's going to be really linked to the amount to the valuation and the amount of times these investors are taking the money out if they are selling as well. So you gotta think before starting to think about selling. Is the shareholder agreement that link it to the price in terms of approving that sell or not? So that is probably one of the first point to work with. And in the other side, listen, is really open to. I think I agree with Ander. Is thinking about what do you want for your future. You know, if you're gonna be taking an extraordinary amount of money and that's what you want and that's what you're looking for, then probably is the right moment. But I can tell you that when we start thinking about selling, we were a group of people thinking about what to do with the company. The company was going okay and was profitable. And some people were talking about selling the company already. We were other people talking about growing a little bit more. And by the time it took us, let's say, from 2009 to 2014 to start thinking about selling. And just because waiting 1 year, we multiplied by 5 the price. So sometimes the first thought about selling maybe is not the correct one. But this is, a personal thing and really hard to really give advice on this.
Any additional thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think there is something that's trending now. It's to do a partial exit, to sell a part of your shares in a secondary operation, and selling part of, as an entrepreneur, if you sell part of your stake in the company, somehow you're diversifying. You're already taking something home, maybe buying a home, maybe paying a debt, keeping most of your investment in the company. And so you keep playing for maybe 10 times more. But you already bring something home and you diversify a little bit.
And your wife is happy and says, good, well done, continue.
You decrease the stress home. You're not risking everything every year.
Yeah.
So I think it's quite reasonable at some point when the business is already some success to sell part of your shares, even 1% per year, for instance, and to diversify.
And any additional thoughts?
Well, I think most of the points have been already said. I'm mostly aligned with all your comments. I think when you agree to bring on board institutional investors, you agree on certain terms, and you are not alone anymore. And you need to acknowledge the fact that you choose. Completely, you were completely free to choose that option, and you agree on some terms. But also at the same time, and you need to be fair, and you need to respect those terms over time. It's also true that 3 years, 4 years, 5 years after selling that agreement, sometimes things go completely different than expected, and I think when the people sitting around the table are reasonable, there are always options. The one Francois suggested is a very interesting one. There are more and more secondary funds that allow entrepreneurs get some cash back home. There are many options, but it's a difficult trade-off between being fair with your travel companions, and also being the owner or the founder of the company and having your own personal interest, etc. And that's why, excuse me, Oriol, that's why choosing the right investors, it's key, and even more than the right VC firms, but the people behind and the person that is going to sit in your board of directors or is going to be talking to you over the phone and have a very, very strong personal connection with them, so you can talk about these very sensitive topics when things go very well or very bad. Or
so just one final thought from each of you. Hey, what does need to happen in the Spanish ecosystem so that those guys here and your portfolio companies and your companies, we can manage to have a $1 billion exit, okay, at some point in time over the next 5 years? Is this a matter of mentality? Is this a matter of traction? Is this a matter of international technology? I don't know. I mean, where would you put the stress for the audience to build that great exit?
So I already started before.
Yes, sorry.
Basically, for me, it's an ecosystem need to develop. When you start, the ecosystem in Spain is very new. I remember, and you guys will see the same 6-7 years ago, there was pretty much no ecosystem here. There was no entrepreneurs, very little money. It was very, very different. It has evolved and grown tremendously, but still a lot more to be done. What you see in the ecosystem is first time you're an entrepreneur, whatever amount of money they put in front of you is already like, well, I'm going to go higher. I have already this. It's a life-changing event. I'm going to take it. But once you build your second company, that's feeling changed. And when you want to build something very big, look, for example, at Francois. The first one, he saw it. He wanted to exit. But now in Dexa, he's thinking about 10 years and making something huge. And I'm sure she's going to do it. And I put a little pressure on you because I'm an investor as well there. So, but I'm sure he's going to do it. And that's different. It's different. You need to have entrepreneurs who have already done it, who are already who wants to have now that second exit, but it's going to be wants to do something much bigger. And that's happening right now in the Spanish ecosystem. We are now ready for that.
Yes, I agree. I think the ecosystem is key. Having more money into the ecosystem from different investors. This is getting really professionalized. The shareholder agreement are getting really as the American ones in terms of the rights to grow the company in a certain way. I also think that Spain is not that a big country, so we have to think international. If you really want to build a $1 billion company, you have to think for sure to be open to other countries, and of course being able to hold the company until it gets to that point, because you will have for sure other momentums for selling the company in a specific time, but you have to keep on working and fighting to get the value up. And I agree that there are companies, Spanish companies, that are getting a really good point on this type of value. I personally like a lot Fintonic, as you know, which is growing a lot. It's becoming a really successful fintech company. Now it's opening new countries, and I think if they keep doing what they do, they probably be reaching a really high valuation somehow. They have already big players inside. And that demonstrates that the industry is betting for that, So sooner or later will happen.
We're getting there.
You're getting there. You're not optimizing for EBITDA right now, no?
No, not at all. Totally into growth and volume. That's a key learning from Top Rural, definitely. A startup is not about making profit. It's not about neither making loss all the time. I mean, you have to go to get to profitability. You have to be sustainable, but you have to maximize growth on the top of profit. But I'm thinking we're getting there, not for Indexa, but for Cabify, for instance. Cabify is a private company worth much more than 1 billion, and that's aiming to go to the stock market in the next month or years.
If the government
allow them. No, but it's already diversified. I'm not sure they are so dependent on Spain.
No,
hopefully. So I think we're getting there. The Spanish ecosystem, startup ecosystem, is growing very much on both sides, investors, startups, and we'll see some exits above 1,000 million euros.
Yeah. I said that about the government because I really think it's sad that we have. I think I need to be transparent here. To me, having these companies, 1.5 more or less billion-dollar companies as Cabify, and not having full support from the government, to me is sad as as a Spaniard, is so sad. And last week we had this news about changing regulation that clearly affects one of the most valuable companies in Spain. And to me, that's extremely sad, and that's a message for the government. That's one thing. And the second one, as a country, I think one of the things that are missing clearly is we are super bad at celebrating success. Extremely bad at that. And I can tell you one example is very illustrative. Is probably most of you don't know there is a startup that was founded 2007. Right now it's public. It's $3 billion market cap, and it's a startup. And now we keep talking about when is the first unicorn is going to be born, etc. It's a guy, a 38-year-old guy called Maney, that founded MásMóvil in 2006, and they wanted to disrupt the telco industry, and it's worth $3 billion. And that guy is not here, is not a hero. We are not celebrating that. We are just complaining about things, and there's always this kind of gossip, or yeah, probably he has done something wrong, or that kind of Spanish comments that are not healthy for the ecosystem. So I think we really need to be much better at celebrating success, and when someone does it right, just celebrate it. And I think that will make the wheel spin faster. And I think that's something really important.
So guys, I think that on that note, let's celebrate such a great panel, and let's celebrate the success of those 4 entrepreneurs, okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you to everyone, to Joriel, to Ander, to Gonzalo, to Francois, to Jose. Thank you to everyone. That's it for the day. If everyone can please leave, there's still daylight, so go out and enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you for your attention all day. And there is still South Summit tomorrow. There's no innovation stage, so but come back tomorrow for more things. Okay, thank you very much. And thank you to all of the sound staff. Big round of applause for all of the sound staff. Come on, just do one last one for me. Come on, thank you.